There's not a day that I don't think about you. It's rare enough we find someone we need around. Here we are, out on this road. I'll take you with me anywhere, yeah. Here's my heart, it's yours, you know. I'll take you with me, yeah, I swear. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. When you smile above, I feel you in the wind. You're there. You've led me miles to walk. Your light gives me this, gives my soul life. Here we are, out on this road. I'll take you with me anywhere, yeah. Here's my heart, it's yours, you know. I'll take you with me, yeah, I swear that I'm with you till I die, with you till I die. I'm with you till I die, with you till I die. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My heart is with you always.
up? Oh, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. I had a bunch of fucking disappointments and emotional shit and bullshit, and it's been a long day. I don't know how much of what's primarily driving this I can talk about due to legality issues. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, I'm a bit flared right now with my neuropathy, and it's the result of something I had been looking forward to getting my hands on for quite some time, and I got my hands on it, and it flared my neuropathy, like, badly. So I'm out a bunch of money, and it fucks up a whole bunch of plans that I had. So that was my already issue today. And then we had drama. I'm not going to talk about the drama. For those of you who are aware of it, I'm not getting into it. I'm not even going to tap dance. So just don't ask. Yeah. So I'm in kind of a depressed mood right now. I'm actually kind of depressed. That fucked up a whole lot of shit that I had planned. Like a whole bunch. Hey, Caboose. Now I sort of have to seek other options. And other options are difficult to do. Like, even more difficult. So I'm going to be a little distracted. I'm going to be a little scattered. So forgive me. But we are kind of baiting out chuds tonight too, with the stream title of The Skirt is Peak Masculinity, courtesy of Karina. Oh, you know what I need to do? Yeah, that's what I need to do. The internet isn't going to be the solution to this, or at least the clear web won't be, if you catch my drift. So, yeah, I'm going to have to do what I do. It's been a while since I've had to do that, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to have a poke around. Yes, do that. I'm sure all of my old sites and links don't work anymore. I'm going to have to fucking investigate that too. Jesus. So what's everybody up to? How was your day? I hope it was a shit ton better than mine. That's all I have to say. Yeah, 2021. Cool. Joe, well, just got up. Well, then it's probably better than mine. Playing the forest with Karina. Yeah, I saw Karina was, and Kat was doing the eating blueberries and feeling like shit. Skoro. Yeah, I know that feeling at least. I mean, not the blueberries, but yeah. Karina, Jesus. Yeah, a good phlebotomist is necessary. It's necessary. What is this written? All right. Oh, you know what? Why am I know how to do this, and I'm not doing it correctly. Cool. Got that done. Yeah, I mean, so we all know, so I think everybody's caught up. Everybody knows that Texas has gone like full Handmaid's Tale on our asses. And Florida looks to be quickly coming in behind them. If you're not already familiar with like Plan C or anything like that, you definitely should be spreading that link around. It's going to be in chat in a second. To any, people who can breed in Texas. Because, or around, it's, yeah. I mean, at least it's not the fucking 1950s, and, we don't have to do back alley coat hanger abortions, right? We have pharmaceutical compounds we can rely upon that can be shipped, and we have the internet to handle that sort of stuff. The McCarthy-esque era there, Caboose, of let's pay people to snitch on people that got an abortion, that definitely is... a return to some shit that I hadn't expected to see in quite some time. Is that? Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, fucking Texas. Fucking Texas. I what do we have to say about fucking Texas, right? Hey, Monster. Oh, they really did. It's been a while since I've run Tor. They really updated it. We'll see how reliable. 1 month ago? All right. All right, cool. They had the freedom to stop your freedoms. Seems fair. I don't know what to say about it. Oh Jesus, right? Weird ass captcha. Yeah, Monster. It's been a long day. I'm gonna be kind of distracted during the stream because I'm kind of multitasking a little bit, and I'm mid neuropathy flare. Hey Puka, thank you for the resub. And it's been kind of a long day. We had to do something I wasn't happy about doing in the community and on the Discord server. I took no pleasure in it, but yeah. Oh Jesus, that's a whole fucking thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to dedicate time to that. I'm gonna have to homebrew this shit. Lovely. Yeah. We also I posted a link to a story about a school's first black principal being fired in Texas as well. And the coup de grace was the school district had already asked him to pull down photos from his social media of he and his white wife interacting on a beach, nothing untoward. They called the photos inappropriate and that they had received complaints from the parents. I just... you know, for racial purity, probably, Amorous? Yeah. I'm gonna have to run that. Windows. Yeah, this is gonna be a whole thing. I'm gonna have to dedicate fucking time just to get back up to speed on this shit. Holy fuck. Texas doing a racism? Yeah. Yeah, they fired him, Monster. They fired him. Let me find. He may, I don't know. Yeah, I love it. Whitfield, who was married to a white woman, who was also asked by the school district to remove photos with the couple together with complaints saying they were inappropriate. Oh, Texas. Chocolate and fucking peanut butter. I know, right? I just, maybe after the abortion ban, they can do interracial marriage ban next. I don't even think, Karina, I don't even think that has a whole lot to do with it. I think it just has to do with the fact that Texas is racist as shit. And seeing a black man with a white woman pisses them off. Alright. Can I... Oh, interesting. So that's how they... Oh, wow. That's actually really well put together. Beastical probably. Yeah, probably. Wonder what 1939 Germany would be if it existed today in the fashion of the media that America does today. I just, yeah. I don't know. It's fucking Texas, right? It's fucking Texas. I don't know how many times we have to go through this shit, but I mean, here. Get ready.
She thinks you need a Texas driver license to Texas.
Are you recording?
Doesn't matter if I'm recording.
I'd like an answer. You don't have
Well, it
anything
doesn't
from
matter what
Texas?
you like. No,
No?
I don't carry license from Texas.
So you're driving without a license from Texas. That's another
What?
violation.
What violation?
Driving without a license? Is this a license?
Can you read?
Do you understand English?
Can you read?
I can read.
Okay.
Do you have anything provided from the state of Texas for you to be operating a motor vehicle
So you're
on
saying
public roadway? I'm not done.
you're
on
saying-
public roadway for the state of Texas.
Let me talk.
I'm not done
Let
with
me
my
talk.
question.
You're saying I need a Texas driver's license to drive here.
Do you
That's
have
what-
one? Do you have one issued to you?
That's Texas State Police saying that you have to have a driver's license from the state of Texas to drive in the state of Texas. Apparently, she has never heard of the Interstate Commerce Clause. Yeah, Skilru. Basically, what you have to do is you have to stop at the border of the next state. And before you enter, you go to a DMV on the border of the state, and you wait for a couple of weeks for that driver's license after you do your test, your vision and your road test, for that driver's license to get shipped to, I don't know, a P.O. box in the neighboring state and township. And then when you receive your driver's license, you can proceed on into that state, rinse and repeat for all 50 fucking states, apparently, or at least 48 contiguous. And then I don't know how you're going to sort out Alaska and Hawaii. Maybe fly there and then just you take a taxi or an Uber to the fucking DMV and get it that way. Either way, yeah, that's God damn it. And that is constitutionally protected. That's constitutionally protected. Not constitution. Sorry. That is case law protected. The Supreme Court has ruled on that. That woman isn't required to know the law. What she's doing there is perfectly legal. She can harass him and cite him, and then it's up to the courts to sort it out. Because she's not required to know the law she is enforcing. That's a constitution. That's a Supreme Court ruling. All right, that's a Supreme Court fucking ruling. Cops aren't required to know the goddamn law they're enforcing. They can just make it up. Oh, well, I thought that's what it was. Okay. Yeah, imagine, fucking, you pull out the fucking binder of the 50 driver's licenses. Yeah. Yes, Joe, that's all 50 states. And overseas territories. Oh yeah, Mustafa is. It's a well-known ruling at this point. Cops are allowed to lie. Cops aren't required to know the law. And cops have qualified immunity. It's fucking ridiculous. There's one state in the entire union where it's illegal for cops to lie to children. Okay? 49 of the 50 states, it is 100% legal for a cop to detain a minor under perceived, potentially incorrect reasons and lie to them and force a confession for a non-existent crime out of them. That's okay for them to do. They won't be punished. They're covered legally under color of law to conduct those actions in 49 of 50 states. Texas. By the way, that's not the one. It's Illinois. It's Illinois. Cupcake. Yeah. Illinois is the one state in the entire United States. And by the way, that just passed this year. That just happened this year. This is not like some long-standing thing. Illinois just made it illegal for cops to lie to minors when interrogating them. Sorry, Monster. It's been a rough day for me, too. Neon. Yeah, it sounds about right, Beast. Sounds about right. Like, what should I do with that information, right? Like, oh, we're here to, like, we were watching one video one night of cops fucking, hassling these two black kids that were, like, walking back from a 7-Eleven. They had just gone down the street to go to a 7-Eleven to pick up, like, a fucking Slurpee or some shit. And they're fucking just, I mean, they rolled up on them hard. Right? Like AR-15s, fucking pistols drawn, fucking screaming, get on the ground, right? Like if these kids fucking twitched wrong, they'd have been dead. Like they rolled up on them hard. And because they matched a description, by the way. At the end of the day, this is the story. They matched a description. They were two black kids. And the entire time they have them separated, and you've got this video that one of the kids recorded. I'm just trying to help you, man. I'm trying to be your friend. If you work with me here, I can help you. Why don't you just admit to me that you were there, and then I can help you. We can get some of this cleared up, and maybe this would go easier for you. The entire fucking time he's doing that. Have the kid said the wrong thing? Like, the kid was smart. He shut the fuck up. He shut the fuck up. Which, good on him. But had the kids talked to the cop? Yeah, he'd probably be doing fucking 20 years. Because the cops would have fucking run him up for some shit that they didn't even do. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Exactly, Beast. Exactly. Every day is Shut the Fuck Up Friday. Pop Brothers at Law. What do? Shut the fuck up. I'm going to go with the admit nothing approach with cops. Hand required stuff and sit and wait, but admit no fault. Don't give them any proof of anything. Yeah, no, you just shut the fuck up. You do not talk to cops. They are not on your side. They are not there to help you. They are not going to go easy on you. They're not your friend. They're not going to help you fucking clear stuff up. They are there as agents of the state, and they are there to inflict the violent force and will of the status quo upon you. Just shut the fuck up. Guy cranked it out early this morning. Just saw it right away. Isn't it though? It's really well done. Victorious. Are you familiar with how illegal back alley abortions used to be conducted in this country? There you go. Right away. So is Texas going to secede and finally enact neo-feudalist utopia? God, we won't let them. We won't let them secede. As a nation, we won't let them secede. Promise you. Like, we would fight them, and we would, like, use all sorts of governmental tricks and bullshit, and we won't let them. I swear to God, we should let them. I mean, it would take our GDP would take a hit. There'd be a whole bunch of fuckery that we'd have to deal with, but honestly, it's time for the U.S. to balkanize. Economically, it would destroy entire sections of this country. It would fuck generations of people. But I don't know how we rectify some of these issues. It's far less the economic and more the social issues. I don't know how. Where's the middle ground on this? How do I fucking... It's not okay to go McCarthy era on women and fucking offer people $10,000 to turn in people who get abortions. The same fucking time they're screaming my body, my fucking, you know, my body, my right fucking bullshit about the COVID vaccine. They're literally waging a war on women. Well, your body isn't your body. Your body serves as a broodmare for the state. And your job and function is to provide fetuses, viable fetuses, for the next generation of theologians and fucking politicians to take advantage of. I don't know how we rectify those social differences. Caboose? I mean, Swede is expecting a fucking flight. We'll see if it happens. But if they keep clamping down on some of this stuff, there's people that are going to leave. Yeah. And it's usually the academics, it's usually the scientists, it's usually the engineers, it's usually the mathematicians, it's usually the people, the doctors, it's usually the people that make up the heavy segment of your economy. So we'll see. Yeah, all the people who can afford to leave. The poor are fucked. Yeah, as is tradition. As is tradition. Viva, not only does Texas want the Stasi, they've already implemented it. There is an anonymous reporting system that Texas has implemented, and there are $10,000 rewards for turning in people who have had abortions. Like, it's already implemented. It's already a thing. The internet, everybody else is like flooding that system with fake reporting, trying to just destroy their data set. But yeah, no, it's already a thing. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, of course, Jay. The penalty now in Texas for rape can be less than the penalty for an abortion of someone who was raped. So if you're a woman who got raped and impregnated and you abort this fetus at 6 weeks and 1 day, the penalty for doing that can be greater than the penalty for the man who raped you. Oh, Viva, it already is. Yeah, it's good advice, Joe. Something, let's do Kaiser's Legion from Fallout New Vegas, IRL. Yeah, Viva, it already is. The president of the Floridian Senate announced earlier today that they are looking to follow in the footsteps of Texas's policy making. It's already spreading. I can sort of rattle it off. Texas was the first, but Florida, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, Alabama, Arkansas, Missouri, Mississippi, Louisiana, Oklahoma. All of these states are basically viable. North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana. All of these states have the potential to do this. Yeah. I don't know how we move forward from here as a nation. I really don't. I have no I mean, have you guys talked to some of these people? Because I have. I've made kind of a thing. I kind of built a little community around myself. And along the way, I talked to a bunch of these people. There's no shared ground. There's nothing for us to work from. They value that fucking unborn fetus more than they value... Pick the woman, the homeless person standing in front of them, the drug addict, the gay person, the brown person, the black person. Take your fucking pick. Can you use ivermectin to cause an abortion? Perhaps we can get them in a legal paradox. Yeah, the child, the moment after it's born. Yeah, exactly. Beast. I honestly, I don't mean to sound super doomer here, but I mean, there is no other option but to sound super doomer. I've worked with these people. I've dealt with these people. I've interacted with these people. I've conversed with these people. I've politically engaged with these people. I think it's a lost cause. This is gonna take so much fighting. I'm not sure it's worth it. I think if you have a uterus or you love someone and care about someone who has a uterus and you live in the state of Texas or Florida or Georgia or Alabama or North Carolina or get out. Get the fuck out. There's no point in being there. If you can afford it, do it. And if you can't afford it, get onto a fucking Greyhound bus and be homeless in California or New York or someplace that if your rapist rapes you and impregnates you, you won't be legally forced to have the child. Honestly. Mass exodus, I think, is the only answer. Let them have it. Let them have those areas. Fuck them. They don't value the fetus at all. They value what they value is the veneer of moral high ground. You guys need to change your language around topics such as patriotism, religion, and family. Dude, Viva, we've actually tried. Honestly, like people like Bo the Fifth Column have tried. It doesn't work. Not much. Not to the extent we need it to. Yeah, we're just sort of fucked. Don't accept the premise of assholes. Any appeals they make involving like principles is just a gotcha. They don't believe, they don't have beliefs. They don't betray. They won't betray secular or religious. Yep. No, he's right. And I mean, that's the thing that's the freedom of being a right-wing grifter. I've talked about that before. Doesn't matter, dude. You could on a dime. Yo, Jay, no, they can't. But yeah. Yeah, Beast. The parable of the bitter herb. The only time the Bible mentions abortion is how to conduct one as a priest. Yeah. But hey, Rumble. Texans walk around like they have fog in their eyes. I can see through people. Even the good Texans take a while to understand things. I just... Jesus Christ, let me get closer. Not all there. It's really not even my position to say. I mean, I could give an opinion, but I can't get pregnant. It doesn't affect me. I honestly, I don't value... I'm a gay man, right? My opinion on this literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I am the least qualified, the least affected. I truly, I hate fence sitters and I hate people who opt out because, I mean, we know people have opinions on everything, right? But the truth of the matter is that when it comes to abortion, I'm a gay man. I defer to people who can get pregnant on this one. I think that it gets complicated when you start talking about paternal rights. And that, you know, it takes two to create a life and, you know, one person can arbitrarily... I fully admit it gets very quagmire-ish when you start talking about the morality of that situation. But for me, at the end of the day, it's a personal property issue. Do you own your own body or not? If you do, then I don't think we're really allowed to step in very much. But again, at the end of the day, I defer to those who can get pregnant. The ones who will suffer the mental and physical potential consequences of bearing that pregnancy. That seems to me to be the logical solution. Is, yes, I understand you could have a vested stake in this as the sperm donor, but the one bearing the child faces potential lifelong damage, potential death, depression, all sorts of conditions, both mental and physical. Their physiological changes alone are staggering. It is far, far, far from my place to have any say in this matter. I have small fiber neuropathy. What I do to satiate that suffering, that level of suffering, you don't get an opinion on that. That's just sort of how I view it. It's a personal property issue. Do you own your own body or not? If you do, then no red pill. How about we, since it's much easier to sterilize men than women, how about we sterilize all men first? And then if they decide to have children, they undo that. It's much easier to sterilize men than women. So why don't we do that way? Start with the men, not the women. See how far that goes. I think a nation that openly turns its backs on homeless, on starving children, on brown people the world over, on drug addicts, on people who were suffering from HIV in the 80s and 90s, from people who died of an opioid crisis, having just said the Sackler family can get off with fucking not paying shit, right? A nation that does all of these horrific things, right? The prison industrial complex doesn't get to sit back and say it's about the life. It's about protecting the life of the unborn fetus. We don't give a shit about life in this nation. We literally reopened our economy and said, well, if 1% of our population dies, it's for the good of the economy anyway. We're okay with it. Life isn't sacred in America. And fucking, it hasn't been sacred from the beginning. That's not a fucking argument as far as I'm concerned. This moralistic shithole doesn't get to fucking fall back on sanctity of life arguments. So I don't think it's a valid point. I truly don't think anybody who fucking comes at you with, well, what about the life of the baby? What about that dude's life? What about her life? What about that dude's life? What about black trans people? How about black male to female trans individuals who have the highest rate of sexual assault, rape, and murder in our entire fucking nation? What are we doing for them? Nothing? Nothing? We're not... Fuck them? Cool. Then miss me with that sanctity of life argument. This country doesn't give a shit about life. Jay, fuck them kids, right? I don't... I'm going to scroll back because I know I was on a little bit of a tear there and I didn't look at chat. Jay going full anti-natalist fucking black pill. Tonight I kind of love it, Jay. Tonight I kind of love it. Yeah. Kai, could you take what you said for the last 5 minutes and make it a bumper sticker? Just a fucking poster board worth of a bumper sticker and just... Yeah. I refuse to accept an argument about the sanctity of life from a nation that is willing to be like, you know what? Yeah, we bombed 12 fucking innocent kids, but hey, we might have bombed 2 bad guys in the same time. Fair trade. Not buying it. Not buying it. I don't believe it for a second. We are willing to wage wars on our own inner cities. We are willing to wage illegal, unconstitutional wars on the other side of the globe. We are willing to sacrifice men, women, and children at the altar of capitalism and the military-industrial complex by the tens and hundreds of thousands. So, miss me with that shit then. Our healthcare system alone, since its for-profit driven capitalistic model, marginalizes millions of Americans and causes tens of thousands of literally preventable unnecessary deaths a year. We don't care. We don't. So why should I care about the fetus? I don't... As far as I'm concerned, I don't know what that baby... I don't know if that baby was viable. I don't know what that baby would be. I don't know how it would turn out. All I know is the world is a fucking just long travail and a fucking road of shit at this point. So as far as I'm concerned, morally, I just prevented suffering by permitting that abortion, right? That's one less human that will have to suffer under the boot heel of capitalism and authoritarianism on a global scale. I'm doing the Buddhist thing, right? I'm not Buddhist, but I'm literally preventing suffering in the world. So, ethically, moralistically, I feel okay about it. I'm fine. We got plenty of people. We got like 7.5 billion of us fucking walking around this rock. It's not like we're gonna run out of humans this minute. As far as I'm concerned, all it is rape of women. As I said earlier, it turns them into a broodmare for the state. That's it. Absurd Buddhist, thank you for the fucking sub. It's a hell of a time to walk in, huh? Absurd Buddhist. Welcome. Yeah, it just turns them into a broodmare for the church and the state, which these assholes are trying to turn into one. This is dominionism, by the way. This is going back a ways. Do y'all want to do some old school shit? I'm kind of feeling it. All right, so like many of y'all never were around. Like, a lot of y'all are from the Twitch era. But from the podcast days, when I used to do prepared material, I did a 3-part series leading up to Dominionism. Basically, I started off on the, how to piss off Jesus, the cleansing of the temple tale and anti-capitalist rhetoric, right? And then I moved into the Southern strategy, to explain how this all became one gunked up shithole. And then I moved into Dominionism, right? This is a bit of a script. Oh, by the way, yesterday was the anniversary of the Blair Mountain Massacre. Just for those of you, okay, 2 days ago technically now. But when all of the lefties were taking off time from Twitch to like hashtag we got chased off the platform and basically acquiesced to the fucking hate raid stuff, it's a whole other rant. That was the anniversary of the Blair Mountain Massacre, the first time that the federal government of the United States basically went whole hog on the labor forces of this country. They firebombed them en masse. Miners. So, anyway, this is a hell of a script, and I was kind of thinking about doing a reading anyway, like reading from a book or something. I was kind of feeling it. And hey there, Momo, I saw you. I'm straight like doomer pilled tonight, Momo. With that Texas shit fucking pushed me over the edge, Momo. How we fix this shit? I don't think we can. This is a bit of a script, but if y'all want to know some shit, I'll tell you some shit. You know what? We need to start at the Southern strategy. We do. This is a shorter script, but I mean, normally I'm very conversational, and I'm going to try and be more conversational as I go through this script. We'll take some breaks. We'll do some back and forths. But yeah, we'll go through some of this stuff. This stuff is from a bet. So, depending on your political orientation, personal beliefs, and ideological system, you may vehemently disagree with what I'm about to say. Or, alternatively, you may see it as common sense. But here goes. Religion has largely directly contributed to the ruination of modern America. While I place a significant portion of that blame at the feet of capitalist greed, religion has had an overwhelming influence in retarding the growth and in fact caused us to actually regress as a society. Nearly every battle we've had to fight in this nation in the last 60 years has had a religious contingent that was on the side of conservatism. Now, I'm not blaming all religions. In fact, I'm blaming one specific segment of the religious population of America. But I do find that in the grander scheme, it could be argued that others are certainly complicit in other ways, such as anti-intellectualism and anti-science movements, but that's an argument for another day. Yes, Jay, yeah, if you're not familiar with Blair Mountain Massacre, there's a reason, okay? There's Blair Mountain, there's Sophie Scholl, okay? So we have Nazi stuff and Blair Mountain, okay? Look it up. First, let's discuss some of the main tenets of conservatism in order to better understand the topic at hand. Typical tent poles of conservative beliefs often include tradition, hierarchy, authority, property rights, religion, parliamentary government that enforces social stability, and continuity over progress. Okay? Most experts agree, and honestly, at this point, like when I wrote this, I was deferring to others, but at this point, honestly, I think some of you would qualify me as an expert on some of this stuff. Most experts agree that modern conservatism finds its roots in Edmund Burke, the 18th century politician who opposed the French Revolution on the basis of stability and, quote, the devil you know arguments. And while there is no single set of policies that are globally associable with the concept of conservatism due to the fact that it's situational, conservatives by and large seek to preserve the status quo of their place and time, or possibly restore that to a time before. Yeah, beast, it is. Straight up it is. So knowing what we know now about conservatism, you have to ask yourself, are the things the way we'd like them to be? Do I see progress being made? Do I see progress to be made? Do I want to go back to the way it used to be? If not, then you're most likely not a conservative. By most definitions, at least. You may have some questions or ideas that overlap into beliefs held by conservatives, but that doesn't make you one. It merely means that you share common ground with some aspect of conservatism, for example, private property or whatever it may be in your instance. Now, with that covered, let's talk about some specifics. Because it's a hefty charge I've leveled. Religious people and their beliefs are to blame for many of our problems in this nation, especially in the last handful of decades. First, keep in mind that Abrahamic religions and their associated organizations are inherently conservative, and progressiveness is the exception, never the rule, which is deliciously ironic given that Jesus was highly progressive and a borderline communist. Though there are near countless ministers, pastors, priests, churches, and denominations I could accusingly point towards, I'd like to start our story off with a fellow named Wally Amos Criswell. Arguably the most influential person ever in the Southern Baptist Convention, president of the convention from 1968 to 1970, and senior pastor of the absolutely enormous First Baptist Church of Dallas. You see, Southern churches and their teachings had, at this point, already been warped near beyond recognition after generations of accommodating the slavery and oppression of their fellow man, which made them almost unbelievably eager to lend aid to the likes of white nationalists. In fact, the entire reason the Southern Baptists exist is because in 1845, they split from their Northern brethren over the issue of slavery. Or rather, their intention to continue and support the practice. Their entire institution is literally built upon the scarred backs of those slaves. Religion is malleable, near endlessly, and as demonstrated throughout history, can be mobilized to aid in the support of the most horrific practices. And in this instance, the Southern Baptist Church and Convention was set up in order to specifically protect slavery and white supremacy for the Southern states. In 1956, the case of Brown v. Board of Education, which ultimately ended public school segregation, was heard before the United States Supreme Court. And it posed a significant issue for this particular sect and region of the country. This was a region and people that, by and large, were fully in support of the existing Jim Crow segregation laws and have never truly gotten over the loss of both the Civil War and the loss of the men, women, and children they purported to own, which collectively made up the backbone of their regional and state economies. On February 21st, 1956, W.A. Criswell delivered a speech to the Southern Baptist Convention in Columbia, South Carolina, to an overflowing crowd. And keep in mind, when I wrote this, when I researched this, I used primary first-hand sources for some of this. In his ethnocentric, racist screed, he urged his fellow Southern Baptists in attendance, many of whom were ministers themselves, to, quote, be true preachers of the gospel, warning them that evangelism comes at a cost. Using a warning that they were about to endure a baptism by fire, he segued into vigorous attacks on the forces of desegregation, expressing his shock at the cowardice demonstrated by his fellow ministers who refused to speak up about this thing of integration. True ministers, he continued, must passionately resist government-mandated segregation on the basis of it is a denial of all that we believe. Government-mandated integration on the basis of it is a denial of all that we believe in. He levied the charge of blasphemy and being unbiblical at the leaders of other denominations that supported desegregation, and arguing that desegregation was unchristian, undemocratic, and anyone supporting it was soft in the head. He even invoked a thinly veiled attempt at using the N-word in a joke that used the word chigger, and said that the NAACP has East Texans saying Chigro now instead. Bottom line, W.A. Criswell and the hardliners within the Southern Baptist Convention were racist. So what's that have to do with anything? Especially given the grander scheme that I implied above. With this act, and following his lead, his fellow Southern Baptists and those sympathetic to the cause of segregation and racism created through their many speeches and acts formed a quasi-libertarian argument for segregation and white nationalism. In 1965, after the Second Civil Rights Act was passed, the Southern Baptists officially discontinued their fight against desegregation with a tepid statement telling followers to, quote, follow the law. And 3 years later, they had officially endorsed desegregation, though in that same year, they elected Criswell to lead the denomination. So one doesn't have to think very much as to the nature of their true position. So, how did the political right and the religious bigots of our country become the inbred amalgamation that we see before us today? Many would enter the fray with the Southern strategy, but really, it was not much the doing of political strategists, as it was done at the behest of the religious themselves. You see, it really came down to private schools. You see the kind of ground we're covering here? You see the kind of ground we're covering. The Civil War, states' rights, racism, desegregation, religiosity, private schools, right? You see how this echoes through today. Today, this echoes. Private schools were a way of maintaining segregation long after desegregation was forced upon them. It all stems from a 1967 decision involving Mississippi giving tuition grants to white students to attend private segregated schools. Though the tuition move was struck down, the tax exemption that the schools enjoyed remained, as well did the segregated nature of the schools. It was this that allowed evangelical churches across the South to build a great deal more of new, private, so-called schools, many explicitly segregated. The line in the sand came in 1978, when the Carter administration indicated that they were going to seek to forcibly desegregate these schools. And it was this move that led to the political activity we see today. These schools have become an excellent source of both income and recruitment for the churches they served. In 1979, televangelist Jerry Falwell, may he forever burn in hell, connected with more politically active conservatives to form the Moral Majority. His partner in this godforsaken endeavor was a man by the name of Paul Weyrich. May he too burn forever in the fiery pits of hell. And Paul made it explicitly clear that the origins of the movement lay in the decision of Green v. Connolly, rather than Roe v. Wade, which is commonly thought by many today to be the primary evangelical issue. evangelical issue. He himself insisted that it was attempts made by the IRS to rescind the tax-exempt status of Bob Jones University because of its racial discrimination policies that was the ignition source for their movement. Okay, folks? Evangelicals are born of tax-exempt status being removed from private religious schools in this nation. That's where our evangelical movement comes from. It comes from that singular moment in 1978 when the Carter administration said, we're going to desegregate your private schools. That's it. That was the birth of the evangelical political movement that we know of today. In August of 1980, that very Criswell and fellow Southern Baptist leaders hosted a political rally for a small presidential candidate you may have heard of before. Some gentleman known by the name of Ronald Reagan, who expressed blatant and explicit support for the minister's position on protecting private religious schools during his speech at the rally. Supporting the above point about abortion being a non-issue, he never mentioned it once during his speech. With this newfound support from a candidate and the pressures being felt from the Carter administration, a new phenomenon was created. Where previously ministers were often reluctant to utilize their pulpits for their expression of political rhetoric, now they became activists for the Reagan campaign, preaching and espousing the virtues of why their congregates should, and oftentimes must, vote and support the man. It was less than 1 year into his new administration that Reagan upheld his end of the bargain. Officials from his administration pressed the IRS into dropping its campaign to desegregate private schools. This was the unholy alliance forged in the fires of racism and political corruption that created the shitstorm we see before us today. In 1981, Reagan's advisor, Lee Atwood, made the historic mistake of dropping his guard for a moment during an interview which put a very fine point on just what had happened behind the scenes. Now, if you go back and listen to the podcast, I read this verbatim. I'm not going to read it tonight. I'm going to read it, but I will not be reading it verbatim. I will be censoring it slightly. This is what I said for the podcast. And again, see my clause. This will not be read verbatim, but this is what I said for the podcast. Now I'm going to read verbatim what this man said. Please remember, these are his words, the words of a bigoted, closed-minded man but I believe firmly in maintaining historical accuracy and the integrity of the record. So for that, I'm going to read the racial epithets he used. If that bothers you, skip ahead. Otherwise, here goes. You start out in 1954 by saying N-word, N-word, N-word. But by 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you. Backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. And you're getting so abstract. Now you're talking about cutting taxes, and all these things you're talking about are totally economic things. And a byproduct of them is blacks get hurt worse than whites. We want to cut this is much more abstract than even the busing thing, and a hell of a lot more abstract than N-word, N-word. That's Reagan's advisor, Lee Atwater. Straight up fucking dropped the mask for a moment. And there it is, folks. Laid out for bear. This is how the Southern racists and bigots became so entwined with the political right. It was sheer opportunism on both their parts. The right had a candidate that needed voters and policies they wanted to enact, and the racists needed someone to protect them from an ever-encroaching progressivism. And this effect hasn't lessened over the years. In fact, It was demonstrated in a study conducted in 2005 by political scientists Nicholas Valentino and David Sears, in which they showed that a Southern man holding a conservative position on any other topic than race is no more or less likely than a conservative Northerner to vote for a Democrat. But when they answer a survey that has an identifier involving anti-black rhetoric, such as, if blacks would only try harder, they could be just as well off as whites, they were twice as likely to vote conservative. The legacy of the actions of the religious people and their institutions in the U.S. South and the backroom dealings made by the political right in this country are not only our history, but our present. They continue to define and divide to this very day. This is why the race issue is ever so prevalent. It not only divides us as a people in order for those in power to maintain and grow their power, it also is an issue of primacy for an entire voting bloc of our nation. Until we find a way to move our fellow Americans past these outmoded ways of thinking, truly heal the wounds caused by these bigoted ideologies, and move forward together as a nation, these tactics will continue to work against us. So I suppose that's the one that's on the Southern strategy: conservatism and the unholy hell child they spawned. Up next in this mini-series was Dominionism, which, while a smaller sect, seems to have one of the more destructive and wider-reaching influences. It's also one of the more controversial. We'll do the Dominionism here in a bit. We'll go back to chat for a while. Yeah. Somebody catch me up. What'd I miss? We have a pro-segregation sword in chat. Lovely. You know what? I need you to be one for this moment. Jay, just in case. That should have taken. We'll see. Next time you put something in chat, Jay, we'll see what happens. Yeah, oh yeah. Actually, Neon, I can just pop it. I can. Okay, yeah, Jay, you are now a mod. Just in case. Because I think most of the mod staff had a long day after the shit we dealt with on the Discord server, and I think they're asleep. And oh, Karina's here. Okay, well, there's two of you still. I like to have a pair. No, you're fine, Karina. I just, just in case somebody needs backup. Joe is here too. Jay, do you want to keep that mod status, or should I pull it? You know what? Joe's mostly away from the keyboard. Keep it, Jay. Just keep it. All right. Neon. Do you think organized religion is always doomed to fail to radical conservatism? I'm not personally a person of faith, but have studied in a college to have a great deal of respect for religion, but it always seems that the purpose of the ritual gets supplanted by the preservation of the ritual, if you catch my meaning. I have one potential counter to that thesis, Neon. Taoism. Now, there are going to be conservative Taoists. There are going to be traditionalists amongst the Taoists. But I would say, in my opinion, the positional ideology that underpins Taoism is one of a proto-anarchistic ideology. and as such has a tendency to tear down conservative, hierarchical, or an entrenched structure, because that is not the way of the Tao. The way of the Tao is fluid. The way of the Tao is motion. The way of the Tao is change. And Taoists tend to understand that concept. They embrace it. It's fundamental to it. Now, I would also argue Taoism isn't a religion, isn't organized religion. So I guess at the end of the day, I kind of have to agree with your thesis. Organized religions trend towards conservatism as a preservation tactic for their ideologies. Yeah. I suppose that was a very long-winded way of getting my thoughts in order for the matter. But I suppose I agree with your thesis in that statement. Yeah. Yeah, basically, like I said, there's some conservative, like there's some staunch fucking Taoists, but I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I'm just a white dude, right? It's fucking cultural blah 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 blah. But Taoism, I have a soft spot for Taoists. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jay. Yeah, there's always going to be some human BS. There are many translations of the Tao Te Ching, Neon. Read them all. Read them all. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I am. I'm a big fan of the Taoists. It's one of the few that works. It works. It works. Lao Tzu was insightful. I don't think Lao Tzu was a real person. I think Lao Tzu was probably very much like a Jesus mythos. Probably an amalgamation of multiple people. But yeah. The teachings of Lao Tzu are timeless. Yeah, beast. Yeah, you do. You just have to read all of the translations of the Tao Te Ching. It's just one of those things you have to do. I love Taoism too. I almost made my name absurd Taoist at one point. Nice. I remember reading an editorial in an electronics magazine about IBM systems engineers at a symposium watching a Taoist monk suspend considerable weight from his scrotum. That's all I know about Taoism. I mean, Buddhist monks do it. I think even like some of the Christian monks. I know Indian monks do as well. So Hindu monks do the scrotal suspension stuff. It's just sort of I have learned to focus and ignore my body to such an extent that I can overcome great pain. I've done that. Not the scrotal suspension. I've had them worked over before. But I live every day in huge amounts of pain. You can learn to focus through it. Duffy, holy shit, Duffy. It's been a minute, Duffy. Glad to see you again, though. Hope you're okay, man. Define white. Human wrongs. Human wrongs. Human wrongs. Focus. Focus. Up here. Define white. What is white? See, this is a problem. Like, immediately with your suppositional theory. What is white? How are you going to segregate this stuff? Yeah, neon. There's some very interesting stuff there. Yeah. White is a racial categorization predicated on having the physical phenotype associated with indigenous Europeans. You have no idea how much trouble you're going to get into with that one, especially regarding their skin color and the shape of their face and skull and hair texture and so on. Hair, skull, phrenology. Okay, so are Greeks white? Are Greeks white? Is my question. Yeah, Jay, exactly. Italians, Spain. Most, I would think most Greeks are white. Are Southern Spaniards white? Because remember, Southern Spaniards have a huge influence from North Africa. Are Southern Spaniards white? Okay. You see how problematic this is already? Because your classification right there would not pass muster in some place like Tennessee. And I speak from experience in this regard. I used to live in Tennessee. Boy, I got that Tennessee accent down pat. I used to live there for quite some time. All right? Your definitional set of white does not work in Tennessee. So now what you're doing is a prefigurative, prescriptive definitional set for white that does not that is not coherent for other white people. Is she white? Because I'm betting she's whiter than you. Yes, Joe. She's not. She's not Japanese. There is a reason that we just did that little exercise. Yeah. See, what he's doing is ontologically subjective, but epistemologically objective. Right? We could do big words. It's a collective agreement. It's an imposition of a collective agreement, thus making it ontologically subjective, thus creating a social construct. Light Chain, though we've got an actual racial segregationist in chat right now we're kind of dealing with, the long and short, the sort of synopsis, is that landlords belong to the rentier class, and even a Smithian, Adam Smith, the father of capitalism, even a Smithian analysis of the rentier class sees them as leeches on a societal or economic system. So we as anarchists, not fans, right? When even the father of capitalism says landlord's not a great thing. Cops, again, they are the conservative maintainers of a status quo of a society and the enforcers of the force of the state utilizing structured violence. So we don't approve of them either from a philosophical point of view. Hey, Versa. So there you go. There's your answer. But we've actually got somebody unironically fucking arguing for segregation. You're quite welcome, Light Chain. I still don't understand. What does it matter? Versa, I'd give you other things to read. Gnome is fine. Gnome is fine. Like, I'm not gonna shit on Chomsky, right? Fucking, he taught me stuff. Gnome is good. But if you want like other anarchistic literature that will teach you more than on anarchism will, for sure, I've got recommendations for you. So you just say the word, I'll hook you up. Hey, Redacted. Oh, you changed your name, Redacted. I mean, human wrongs. What does it matter? Why are you trying to segregate society? Neon, that's look, it's largely overblown. He did say some shit, but the context is never actually talked about, and you need to go back and actually read the full fucking thing. He had a misstep for sure, but it isn't as bad as people make it out to be. There is a grander context, and if you go back and read the entirety of it, you start to like, oh, okay, he's not full on fucking, he's not like the Holodomor didn't exist fucking level of tanky and shit. It just, yeah. It's like the Walt Disney fucking hated the Jews thing. When you actually investigate it, you're like, there's a lot less to this than people say there is. Victorious, we also don't believe in nation states as anarchists, so that argument doesn't really work with me. It doesn't hold water. Artificial borders are counterproductive economically and politically. And I can cite you I can give you a book that will show you the economic gains alone. So, hey, yeah. The estimates are 50 to 150% increase in global GDP if we eliminated nation-state borders and allowed free travel of labor. Yeah. It's absurd. Science is exclusionary. Victorious. Science is an exclusionary process. You have to eliminate variables for that. That's fine. But not people. Oh, well, I'm sure Human Wrongs works off of the one drop rule. They feel like that type of person. Own it, Walata. Own it. Unironically, a fucking segregationist in 2021. No. No, Cupcake, they're not. Not in his policy. Yeah. Real Burner. Hey, Real Burner. Just look at Europe. It's one fucking melting pot for thousands of years. Only social constructs of culture is dividing. Oh my god, he just called them mulattoes. Are you fucking... Oh wait, I was about to ask if you're fucking stupid, but we already know you're fucking stupid. Yeah, the Ottomans, the fucking Mongols, the fucking North African, the fucking Barbary Wars. Yeah, there's been no mixing going on in Europe whatsoever. The Vikings, yeah, no mixing whatsoever. It's been a fucking ethnic and racial isolationist paradise for millennia. For sure. That's definitely the history of Europe, not conquest and interbreeding via rape and intermarriage. Yeah, definitely. Boy? I'm sorry, did you just call the fucking 40-year-old a boy? Alright, fucktard. You want to come on the air? You want to do this? Alright, let's do this. No, Krusty. Apparently there was no raping and pillaging in Europe. Oh, Scholar is just an easy fucking thing when they think I'm like 24 or 26 or some shit, and they speak down to me. Yeah, it's just an easy fucking hit. Come on. All Europeans are very closely related to each other. Yeah, after 1,500 years of interbreeding, that'll happen. It's funny how that works. Viva, of course he's a moron. I'd love to know where he's from. Be great to know. Oh, dun 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 dun. Behold the master race, everyone. Behold the master race. Jesus. Yeehaw! You're a fucking meme, bro. You're a fucking meme. Like, you're literally a walking stereotype. I guarantee this is the most butt-fuck, ugly, dog-looking motherfucker that ever walked the planet, too. He's got such inbred-looking genetics that it's ridiculous. Goddamn you. Every one of these fucking behold the master race types. The fucking genetic purity and maintaining the purity of the white race and how we should segregate from the fucking mulattoes and because they're problematic, blah, 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 blah. Every single one of them is dog shit ugly. Like, you take one look at them, you're like, oh yeah, those are some superior genetics you got going on there, killer. Actually, you know what? While we're doing it, why not? Yeah, look at these genetic superior people in the background compared to this clearly inferior genetic example in the foreground. For sure. Yes. Look at it. Oh yes, look at those superior genetics. Woo wee. That's some good breeding right there. For sure. Ooh yeah. Yeah, he's a catch too. I definitely want those genetics. Ooh yeah. That's definitely superior. Better keep that separated. Yep. Oh yeah, definitely. Where is your chin, motherfucker? Yeah, at least he was wearing a mask. He saw his sister in one of those and got all randy. Was Glazy fucking defending the white supremacist segregationist? The guy who's literally Glazy. This motherfucker's advocating for like phrenology and shit. Like, you can tell by their skull size that they have an inferior IQ, so we shouldn't race mix. And we should segregate because those other races are dragging us down as a society. Probably not the dude you want to hitch your wagon to, Glazy. Probably not the dude you want to hitch your wagon to. Yeah, we're shitting on him for a reason, Glazy. Oh yeah, and he's from Alabama. He's from Alabama, Glazy. I mean, even your Floridian ass looks down on fucking Bama, right? Like, even Florida looks up at Alabama and goes, yeah. Right? It's Bama. Yeah, Viva. I asked him where the fuck he was from. He said Alabama. It's like, sweet home Alabama. Roll Tide. Sitting Cal, why are you hating on my Rolling Tide? Because one of your fucking fellow statesmen is sitting in chat right now talking about the superiority of the white race and how we shouldn't intermix and how there should be segregation. So I'm sure there's some decent folk in Alabama. I mean, I lived in Tennessee. I lived in Tennessee for quite some time. Trust me, I know there's some good folk in the South, but you got to admit there's some seriously dangerous genetics floating around down there, and we have an example of one in chat right now. Thank you, Jay. I can still pull the Tennessee off. No, the Earth is not flat. It is an obloid sphere. Now at least now I understand why he wants close genetic breeding. I mean, Alabama. Technically, it would be a spheroid, Jay. It would be an oblate spheroid. Would be the full-on technical term for it. It's an oblate spheroid. Holy shit, we got a flat earther. It's been a while since we saw a flat earther. Like Podbean days, usually flat earthers came around. The Earth can't be flat if it's hollow. Look, I'm already dealing with a fucking, like, a racist, like, white supremacist. Your dumbass fucking flat earth fucking moronic crap ain't gonna fly. I'm just gonna make fun of you. I'm not even gonna try and debunk you or argue with you. We're all just gonna mock you viciously until you leave, probably. Just know that. I'm sorry. Like, the ancient Greeks knew the earth was not flat. Right? Like, mathematicians figured this out in ancient Greece. It's 2021, motherfucker. Catch up. Cool, we good? It's Christmas, anti-vax is next. Oh, man, like, yeah. Fucking. Ooh-wee, we got a whole bucket of dumb. So dumb, they be chewing rocks. Yep, doing work. Yeah, I mean... Do I lose my whiteness because I'm wearing a skirt? Amorous? Is that how this works? I see a potential loophole then. Well, in that case, Amorous. Yeah. I can just hear him. Nah, lots of whites are queers nowadays. My uncle cousin brother, he's a queer. He done did me when I was young. If we're done with this moron, I mean, mods, feel free to do what mods do if you want. I mean, I didn't either. I was busy doing other shit, and you decided to, like, go to town and chat. We were talking about fucking the Reagan administration and the Southern strategy, and you came in here and started talking about fucking how... Go fuck yourself. Just... You are doing your part in the white genocide, though. Cool. Hey, Nathaniel. Yes, yes, yes. If the Earth wasn't flat, then this would just slide off. I have seen the curvature of the Earth with my own 2 eyes. I bet he believes in the Great Replacement theory too. Oh, I'm sure he does. I lost track. Can all the flat earthers please raise their hands? Yeah, we need to know who to mock next. The best way these dummies could prove the earth is flat is by dropping off the edge. Oh, you see, Swamp, it's actually a government conspiracy. See, the ice wall that we generally refer to as the pole is actually a government-controlled area, and that's why you're not allowed to fly over the pole in the North Pole proper, because there's actually a hole, and then the Lemurians will fucking kidnap you or something if you get near it. I don't fucking know. It's so difficult to keep up with these morons. Because I wanted them to be blue. It's pretty simple. It's funny how bodily autonomy works. You make a decision and you do it. Unlike in the state of Texas, if you're a woman. Yeah, it's funny how that works. Oh, nice. Cool, Neon. Thank you. North Korea is brainwash, so why can't you be? Corrected himself, but I still prefer that one. All people are subject to propagandization and indoctrination. Some people spend a lot of years trying to undo it. Yeah. In what way was I brainwashed, though? The oblate spheroid conspiracy that dates back millennia. What's the purpose of that? What is the purpose of that that mechanism? What is the purpose of that conspiracy? And how come every time a flat earther tries to prove it, they fail? Including the dumbass that tried to launch himself in a fucking homemade rocket and splatted himself on the ground like the genius that he was. Please, tell me the purpose. And who was on about the painted nails? Because I've got a treat for you. I always enjoy those guys. You are it. Thank you, Cupcake. Duly noted, Redacted. Duly noted. Oh, Adia, that sounds about right for infrared. Haz is blatantly misogynistic and paternal. I mean, he's a Stalinist. They're paternalistic by nature. They subjugate women. They're misogynistic. It's in their ideological nature. So that's not surprising. Good to know what's happening though. Dude, hey, you, guy. As long as I know that you're talking to me, I don't give a shit what pronouns you use. I'm essentially a gender nihilist. It's a social construct. As an anarchist, I don't put too much heat into social constructs. They can be destroyed or rebuilt as necessary in the moment. or over a longer period of time for society. Traditionally, you can call me he, him, but I just like wearing skirts because they're comfortable. And I like painting my nails because it gets under the skin of fucking chuds. I throw on pink and blue alternating nail polish. One week I have blue, the next week I have pink, and people come in here and they lose their shit over it. It helps me sort out the wheat from the chaff. So I find it's a really useful thing. And the skirt is really fucking comfortable. If you're a dude and you have like bits down there and you've never worn a skirt without underwear, you're missing out. It is the superior clothing item for you. You should try it. Nope, no advice. Live your life as best as you see it, as long as you you don't harm anybody else. There's my advice. Except during physical labor. I mean, Duffy, the Celts would probably like a word, but you know. Yep, skirts without underwear is the fucking bomb. Honestly, it's the best fucking thing I've ever worn. So comfortable. Yeah. Elmo, that's not agreeing with me. That's a mischaracterization of my position. And in no way, shape, or form do I agree with your position. I'm guessing Elmo is probably a cisgendered heterosexual white male who's never had to deal with visibility or representation issues in their life. Daddy chokes. Are you single? Ish. Depends who's asking. Do I own a pair of pants? Yes, and shorts. Generally, I wear pajama shorts more than anything else if I'm outside of a skirt. Most days, living in the desert, I wear a skirt. But if I have to, like, not freeball it, then I have pajamas I wear. Benefits of early retirement. Always water. Always. Yeah, I'm good. These are not great receipts, Nathaniel, that Redacted's dumping into chat. Yeah, Puka, you're good. That's almost solipsistic. I'm the only one who is as rational as me. It's almost, it's definitely borderline narcissistic, but it's almost solipsistic in its nature. You could almost do a philosophical, like, analysis of that from a solipsistic point of view. Interesting. In what? Does age matter in what? That's an open-ended question. And I generally don't answer open-ended questions. Well, You're either narcissistic or you believe that you are the center of the universe, because if you are the only individual who is as rational as you, then clearly you've negated other people's rationality, or you think that other people aren't rational actors, which sort of negates their element of humanity. Yeah, like it's one or the other, kind of. Adia. No, we weren't. Is Elmo notorious for this? Does Elmo go around spreading anti-trans fucking gender bullshit? Is that Elmo's reputation, Adia? No, you're not agreeing with me because you don't understand the position. See, I am in a position of privilege where I can be a gender nihilist, but not everybody is in that position of privilege. If you are trans and you're in a marginalized community, and representation matters. Embracing societal embracement of your gender position matters because they are still oppressed. For me, I have the good graces to be able to occupy that position because I present male. And males are the de facto status. Sure, I have a little gender fluidity to me. I like skirts, I like painted nails. But the truth of the matter is that gender does matter. Because society thinks it matters. Because the legal system thinks it matters. Because the medical industry thinks it matters. Because you think it matters. And so the recognition, both legal and socially, of their gender identity is important. If one day that we can move as a society to a truly gender nihilistic positional set, then I will be there waiting. But until then, I also fully recognize my brothers, sisters, and fellow NBs that their gender identity matters. And it's an important step in realizing your identity. Coming to terms with that and embracing it and having others embrace it because it matters to you, to them. And an outright denial of that and to call it dumb lacks empathy, it lacks sympathy, it lacks compassion, it lacks care. It lacks nuance and intellectualism. So please, do not conflate my position of gender nihilism with your position of whatever the fuck it is. Because they are not one and the same. Okay, I'm Zipe. Yes, streamer, shut up. Sure, I'll get right on that. Or you could just, fuck off. Yes, I am. Against multitudes of things. Because I grew up in America and I received a whole host of vaccines. You fucking doofuses. I know, right, Neon? Oh, that. No, you shut up. Just straight up. No, you. Just straight up no you'd him. Oh. No. God, I need to figure out what the fuck is actually creaking in this chair and get it fixed. God, I sprayed it, I oiled it. Elmo just has a punishment fetish. That's what they come to me for, Adia. That honestly, like, I learned that, like, I know the left hates her, but I learned that from Bad Bunny. Mitre, courtesy of Mitre, of course. Mitre watches her all the fuck time and sends me clips. But I learned that from Bad Bunny. That's what most of these chuds just want. They just want somebody to fucking spank them. They want a dom. Kvass, I was just trying to do the diagnostic. I know to grease it, but I was just trying to do the diagnostic and figure out which part was having the issue. I don't know, Beast. I've been giving it a look. I'm gonna disassemble the chair. I mean, you kind of did, actually. You kind of did. I can answer that. Wait, Skoru, viscosity? Viscosity. I mean, that's the long and short of it. Oil is thinner, grease is thicker. Many of them are derived from the exact same set of petrochemicals and or products. But yeah, viscosity is the difference generally between oil and grease. Danstagram, thank you for the follow. Hey, Jap. So far tonight, we have had, we've had racists, racial segregationists, flat earthers, COVID deniers, transphobe, trans hater territory, weirdly inappropriate sexual stuff, and yeah, we're just sort of seeing, we're seeing what we can, I don't know, pull out of this, the ether, as it were. What's my favorite anime? Rurouni Kenshin. Elmo, Adia was just here last week. Adia was, wait, hang on. Adia was sitting on that couch in this room just last week. We teamed it. Skoru did. Stretch warm up. Well, we were on camera the entire time, Elmo. So, they would have witnessed it. Caboose. Bracelets. You mean the mala? Good eye. Do I agree with sovereign citizens? Functionally, no. Theoretically, kinda. I mean, the truth of the matter is it's an unsigned contract, socially enforced. And I mean, I'm an anarchist, so I don't, philosophical challenging of hierarchical and unjust power and authority mechanisms and collapsing down of hierarchical structures into hierarchies. Dismantling and replacement thereof. But they're also dumb. Sovereign citizens are dumb. They think that they're basically alchemists of the modern era. They think if they recite a magical incantation, then somehow the apparatus of the state will not apply to them. They're dumb. It doesn't work that way. Philosophically, they have a valid point, but I've rarely heard most sovereign citizens do not have a philosophical lens of analysis that they can fall back on. They regurgitate things they heard on YouTube. Yo, like you, Elmo. You need controlled, clearly. You're crying out for it. You're in that category. You're in that camp. You're one of the dummies that needs... You're a sheep that needs a shepherd. Obviously. Hey. Scientology isn't a valid discussion point. It's just another grift. It's a grift. It's a grift. It's a good grift. It's a hell of a grift. Jesus Christ, it's $1 billion grift. But it's a grift. I love when they use theories. Estoy caliente, ay papi. I am Antifa. I have been declared the CEO and leader of Antifa by significant fucking right-wing groups before. So, I am Antifa. You're an idiot, Elmo. But we already knew that. Why am I being redundant? The anti-fascists are pro-fascism. Yeah, for sure. That statement makes sense. See, one of the flat earthers, that sounds like something a flat earther would say. Feels right. Yeah, Dan, you caught that. I love somebody fucking vibes with me on that one, Dan. People use that word theory all the fuck time, and it just, if you have any degree of scientific literacy, it just gets under your skin a little bit. It's like, yeah. I love that you're vibing with me there on that one, Dan. I felt kind of alone for a moment. Antifa are the real fascism, BLM are the real racist, communists are the real capitalists. All the dewormer makes them. Go eat your dude, Elmo, just go eat your horse paste. Just go eat your horse paste, man. Apple flavored. Yum. Okay, Dan, I can help you out. Elmo is legitimately dumb. Let's see. I'm unsure about Daddy Chokes yet. They seem to be memeing the I'm Zipe guy or I'm Zippe or whatever the fuck guy, legitimately dumb as well. And yeah, that should, you're good. Who's trying to be a cam girl in a skirt? Okay. Chokes, there've been a couple of things that just like make me wonder. Forgive me, but I mean, we're dealing with flat earthers and racial segregationists and all sorts of shit. So redacted. I'm trying to be a cam girl. Fair enough, redacted. Yeah. Karina goals. They're not sending their best. They never are. No, I don't have an OnlyFans. I am too old for an OnlyFans. If I were 18 again, I'd probably do one though. No, I don't. Have I ever read a manga? I don't think I've ever even read a manga. Marilyn Monroe wasn't human. Antifa uses political violence. So did the founding fathers. And what's your point? So did the suffragettes. What's your point? The Crystal, that was making the rounds again. I saw that TIL. Yeah. He's just you really are dumb. Like, you're dumb. Was it okay for us to engage militarily with the Nazis? Was World War II a justified war? Was that politically charged? It was political and economically charged violence. Was that political and economic violence justified? Or should we have been isolationists in World War II? Countries are just human constructs. Founding fathers engaged in political violence against one country while not being a country. Was that justified? Like, none of this works for you. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, trash. Dude, that was fucking... We shouldn't be in Iraq. Cue couple of decades of fucking death threats from the fucking conservative right in this country. That was just absurd. Casual. Karina is responsible for this stream title. Karina came up with it, like, on the fly, too, by the way. They were, Viva. For the British, the founding fathers were a bunch of left-wing terrorists. So Elmo, our founding fathers were fascist, right? Cool. Just they were domestic terrorists, right? They were fascists and domestic terrorists. Just so I understand you correctly, Elmo. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, Samuel Adams, they were domestic terrorists and fascists, correct? Just trying to get a handle on it. Didn't have a monarch. No. Viva, fascism is when you do things I don't like. That's fascism. Oh no. A cock ASCII highlighted. Whatever shall I do? George Washington literally rounded people up for subversive speech. George Washington isolated an entire city and gave commands to shoot anybody who tried to flee during a smallpox epidemic and forced people to be vaccinated. George Washington. Yeah, I'm not even going to acknowledge that comment. Bezos rocket ship. And they were slavers. Hey, Trash, thank you for the biddies. Raise the milkshakes, guys and gals and M-pals. You're really good at spelling, aren't you? He did not. That is true. Yeah. Can we... Okay. It's official. We're doing it. Elmo, you either get on air with me and have a conversation, or you're going to be going away soon. Oh, and if anybody's running bingo cards, it's been issued. We're doing it. No, Dan, I've been doing this for long enough to know 98% is about the rate that will flee. So 2% usually get on air. You never know. No, Victorious, we actually run bingo cards. Exclamation bingo. Yes, I'm going to hack you through Discord. It's 100% what's going to happen. For sure. Yep. You get 1 in 20, Dan? Damn. I'm not kidding you. I've been doing it since, like, pre-Twitch. Like, not on Twitch, but before I was even on Twitch, I would take calls. And honestly, for me, it's like 98%. Just turn out doing excuses and shit. Oh, yes. Hang on. Yeah, Skullaroo, I was waiting to see if he got on it. Interesting, Dan. I'll have to stop by and check out your technique. Hey, Tsunami Bet, thank you for the follow. Elmo, get in Discord or you'll be departing. I'm telling you that now. Stop typing. Get into Discord or, well, you'll be leaving shortly. All right. Bye-bye. Everybody say bye to Elmo. Elmo's going away now. It's a shame they bring such weak energy. Yeah, Dan. I mean, it's, you know, about par for the course. It's about par for the course. Toy decommissioned. So, explosion, I don't remember. Yeah. Dude, they don't occupy space in my brain. I legitimately, I will hit the end. Dan, don't forget Tankies. Tankies too, Dan. I will reach the end of this podcast, the end of this stream. I won't even remember these people. Honestly, they don't occupy a single portion of my memory. They just, my short term does not transcribe them. Hey, remote witness, work on trying to put in a coherent sentence. Just a coherent thought, actually, would be great. I'm not going to hold you to some sort of formalized grammatical structure. Just put in a coherent thought every now and then. That'd be great. Please and thank you. So you want to do Dominionism now? We started this evening with a little education. We could work a little more on our education. Lets me reuse content too. No, Dan, I don't think I'll be baiting that hook. I mean, Jesus Christ, can you get any spelling correct? Oh my God. Okay, so here's what we get. Okay, out of this genius. California Antifa teacher Gabrielle Grips groomed girls to sexual molest them, equal fact. All right, so via Project Veritas, who is completely, the veracity of Project Veritas statements are always 100% reliable. They've never been shown to be propagandists or lie about what they were investigating. Breaking news, pro-Antifa high school teacher in California admits communist indoctrination of students. Quote, I have 180 days to turn them into revolutionaries. Other teachers on the same page. There is a reason why these kids are becoming further left. The name is Gabrielle Gipe, I'm sorry, Gabriel Gipe, an AP government teacher at the Intercom High School. And Nothing about grooming girls, even in the Project Veritas piece. So, you know, fun facts. Definitely. Hey, Yogi. I had a really interesting time with those videos you uploaded, Yogi. I archived them as well. Thank you for that, Yogi. I joined his Discord server. Oh, I mean, Skiller, he's a AP government teacher with an agenda. Just like most of your AP government teachers, probably, if you had an AP government teacher, most of your teachers had agendas. They were either teaching you like neoliberal capitalism or, you know, yeah. Like most of our system has agendas. Do you have a copy of those police records? Remote Witness 3? Cite your sources, boo-boo. All right. Oh. Yeah. Shay's right. The only difference is this guy was honest in his agenda. Yeah, everybody's going to have implicit and inherent, implicit and explicit biases. It's just the nature of being a human being. People are fucking, I don't know, fucking dumb. That's all I have to say. People are fucking dumb. All right. Trying to feel the pop. Okay, I think I know. I located it. Puka, it is a. I mean, you know, the stream title baits him out. Yeah. Yep. Remember my government teacher telling the class that the country is center right, and I believed him at the time. Chop chop. We're voting this. We're waiting for those records. The schoolwork is the agenda. Do you think that school boards and parental committees and governmental agencies that determine the classwork don't have agendas either? You adorable fucking. You're so cute, Remote Witness. Oh, Pookie. As a chop, if dragons were real, every now and then swooped a person, how does a community of anarchists respond? The primitivists would accept it as a factor of nature. The syndicalists would try and form an affinity group with one of the dragons for protection. The communists and socialists would probably try to ally with the dragons and potentially even like offer up. I don't know necessarily, but they would definitely try and strike a deal. The communitarians would probably protect themselves as best they can by going into hiding to some extent. Yeah. So there's the meme answer, Zajap, to your meme question. I'd become a dragon whisperer. There you go, Yogi. I mean, some of the primitivists might try and do it. The communitarians might. The syndicalists could also try and unify and use their industrial unionization to build weapon systems to combat the dragons. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm not talking to that kind of crazy, Dan. I don't let the Q people on the air. They're caboose. I'd try to fuck the dragons. Yeah. Generally I don't let the Q people on the air. They're just too volatile for me to risk it. They tend to TOS pretty easily. Nah, they would deal with the Dragon Whisperer Union. Alright, so the Dominionism thing goes like quite a ways. My Dominionism episode is like 11-ish, 9 pages. It's 9 pages long. So if you guys want to do the Dominionism segment, I can do it, but it's good. We're gonna be doing it for a little bit. It's gonna be like 25-30 minutes worth of me reading a fucking thing. So you guys decide if you want me to do the old Dominionism episode or not. Go from there. Hey, Unelectable. Oh, what do we got? Hosted with 5, rated with 3. Go throw a follow to Unelectable, y'all, if you don't already do that. How was your stream, Unelectable? Dan, thank you for the lurk. Sleep well. Viva, I'll be driving, so I'm all for it. Hey, Mitre, it's been a weird fucking night, y'all. Yeah. It's been a weird fucking night. Flat earthers and fucking Q people and transphobes and fucking racial segregationists and fucking all sorts. Like, for real. Like, it has been all over the fucking place tonight. Yeah, like the wackies. The wackadoodles are out for sure. Yeah, the fucking the racial segregationist who started using phrenology, who was from Alabama. He was special. Night, Puka. Alright, so let's learn about Dominionism then. This is going to cover a lot of ground, actually. He just wanted incest to be okay. As long as it's non-reproductive and non-coercive, like a mother and son or father and daughter. Whatever. I'm not going to get in the way. You're special, remote. You're special, remote. There we go. Drive that up a little bit. You know what? Yeah, let's take me up a little on the levels. That way I can sort of come down in my voice, so I don't have to enunciate or so I don't have to project as hard. We can go Kai ASMR on this one. So, Skilru. So some of you were here for the first fucking part. This is part 3 in a 3-part miniseries I did. So if you want to do the educational stuff, here comes the educational stuff. Mods, you're gonna have to sort of keep an eye on chat a little bit because I won't be able to read chat at the same time as I'm reading this. So, sort of on you if you're here, mods. Otherwise, okay, cool. Joe's got it. All right. There. I want to start this off by establishing a couple of foundational thoughts to work from, so that way we have a mutual understanding of what I'm describing further into this piece. Firstly, let's talk about ideas, or rather more specifically, the life and cultural impact of ideas. While Dawkins' idea of memetics and memetic action has most certainly drawn criticism, both valid and invalid, it holds merit in my personal opinion. We've all seen this type of facilitation of ideas happen in our lives, where an idea, a small unit of culture, seemingly takes on a life of its own and begins to spread from host to host. Even with the modern internet culture co-opting this concept to a certain degree in the more common form of memes and going viral, the action and effect are still similar enough to utilize for these explanations. You can see it at work when a phrase, definition, or way of thinking takes hold and is transferred from person to person. For the purposes of this essay, this will be a function of memetics and viral spreading of ideas. The second construct I'd like to establish at the outset concerns the content, or the tone and character of the content contained within the Judeo-Christian texts. Specifically, I'll be mostly focusing on the Book of Revelations, but given that I'll be providing context for some of my statements, you'll hear content from both the Old and New Testaments from the Bible. The tone or character I speak of is one that is readily apparent to a clear-headed believer, and certainly apparent to non-believers, and it is one of constant contradiction. The Bible waxes poetically about forgiveness and then espouses the virtue of violent vengeance. It says to love your enemy and to smite them. It venerates the Jewish people and condemns them as the children of Satan. It is within this literal bipolar state that authoritarians, manipulators, and charlatans find their fodder that near inevitably results in the mentally and emotionally vulnerable to be compelled to bigotry and violence. It is this very same selective literalism that enables the more mainstream Christians to turn a blind eye towards the blatantly toxic teachings that drive their brethren into the arms of those that espouse such apocalyptic rhetoric. Now, with those underpinnings established, I'd like to move on to the main topic: dominionism. Dominionism is a strange and nebulous topic, especially if you engage in conversation with someone who counts themselves amongst the ranks of Christians. For some, it's a boogeyman, a conspiracy theory perpetrated upon their community, which of course serves the purpose of further adding to their false victimhood status. For others, it's an incredibly minor idea that's barely worthy of a footnote within their literature. For those of us on the outside of the cult, yes, I just called Christianity a cult. It is, in essence, the distillation of a pre-existing set of beliefs and philosophies already contained within the Bible itself. Leftism is a tool used by elites to encourage hate. Oh, you're adorable, Remote. Yes, because right-wing ideologies have never been used by oligarchs to encourage hate amongst the populace. For sure. Anyway, dominionism's name is derived from Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 to 31, in which God supposedly gives dominion over all creation to humans. It's a small yet incredibly influential movement which springs forth from the theology known as Christian Reconstructionism, in which religious leaders actively seek to politicize faith itself. Finding its roots in the ever so problematic dogma of Calvinism, dominionism teaches that American Christians have a sacred mandate to create a Christian state in America. For the kingdom of God is to be built in the here and now. Under such a system, the sin of America, which of course as they see it stems from secular society, would be absolved and we could be redeemed. This means a legal system governed by the Ten Commandments, creationism, and other nonsense Christian values would form the basis of our educational system. The media would become a direct propaganda arm of the church in order to further spread their indoctrinating messages. Labor unions, civil rights lawyers, and public schools would be abolished, women removed from the workplace, and all those not Christian enough would be denied citizenship at the very least, and quite possibly executed. The only legitimate voices in such a state would be those of true Christians. This sounds hyperbolic, but it's far more common than those of us looking in from the outside would believe. Though there are multiple texts which both mirror this rhetoric and further the cause, the most valuable book in which one can begin to understand this odious set of philosophies is The Institutes of Biblical Law, written by a man named by the name of Rousas John Rushdoony, or RJ for short. Rushdoony was a Calvinist philosopher, historian, and author who, according to his Wikipedia page, is the credited father of Christian Reconstructionism and had an incredible influence on the American homeschool movement. He was a truly terrible person. He was a man who believed that the Old Testament law should be applied to modern society, in which the death penalty should be used for homosexuality, adultery, lying about one's virginity, witchcraft, idolatry, apostasy, bearing false witness. The list does go on and on. He was racist, didn't believe in racial intermarriage, opposed integration, and referred to U.S. slavery as benevolent, saying that some people are by nature slaves. He also denied that there were 6 million Jews exterminated in the Holocaust, because of course he did. He was an utter piece of shit, if you can't already tell. It was this man who informed and transformed the modern American evangelical and fundamentalist movements with his writings, though admittedly not directly. His words were, as one might expect, not exactly palatable for most people. So through his disciples, such as Francis Schaeffer, and you've more likely heard this name before, Pat Robertson, his ideology was given a more publicly relatable veneer, allowing for it to readily invade and infect the evangelical and fundamentalist churches, and by extension, their parishioners. Now, with this set of truly horrific ideals firmly implanted among the minds of evangelicals in America, you can begin to realize the effects of its encroachment upon America, with many of its tenets enacted directly through the Office of Faith-Based and Community Initiatives, which funnels billions upon billions of taxpayer money directly to groups such as National Right to Life and Pat Robertson's Operation Blessing, as well as near countless Christian organizations and so-called charities. I'm just keeping an eye on it for a second. Make no mistake, this is a fascistic movement by all definitions, and especially when viewed by anyone not trapped within its pernicious clutches. In my opinion, and in the opinion of many others, one of the best yet ever so accessible writings on the nature of fascism is by Umberto Eco, entitled Eternal Fascism, 14 Ways of Looking at a Black Shirt. In this essay, he refers to certain characteristics of what he calls fascism. I mean, mods can handle him if he becomes a problem. Or eternal fascism, which in whole or in part can be found throughout any example of fascism. While not all traits need to be present, or even most, for fascism to be present, dominionism finds itself containing quite a few. For the purposes of this episode and for everyone's edification, I'm going to briefly go through the list and add a little detail here and there where I feel it's warranted. The cult of tradition. An obsession with what was and what is, and as a consequence of this, there can be little to no actual progress made. Traditionalism implies the rejection of modernism. This usually takes the form of a refutation of the products of the Enlightenment and the Age of Reason, leading to irrationalism. Irrationalism, depending entirely on actions for action's sake. Action should be taken before or without reflection on self or the world around you, as followers often see thinking or intellectualism as a form of emasculation. The critical spirit makes distinctions, and to distinguish, this is a sign of modernism, with disagreement often seen as treason. Disagreement is seen as a sign of diversity, resulting in a fear of difference. Fascism is very often an appeal against the perceived intruder. Fascism takes advantage of individual or social frustrations. One of the most typical features of historical fascism has been an appeal to a class suffering from economic crisis or feelings of political humiliation. Trump support anyone? A providing of an identity through privilege of being born in the same country. This is essentially proto-nationalism and preys upon and feeds into xenophobia and often a fear of globalism. Followers often feel humiliated by the wealth and force of their enemies, yet are brainwashed into thinking they can be overcome by the followers of the in-group. This is an odd, ever-shifting rhetorical tactic that relies upon a changing of the rhetoric, continually forming an enemy who is simultaneously too strong and too weak. Oh, those snowflake leftist Antifa types who are also destroying our cities and going to tear down your neighborhood. We've seen this before. Life being lived for the struggle. This easily leads into pacifism being treason, as enemies are eternal and must be continually battled. Middle East, anyone? A dichotomous elitism in which the leaders are aware that the only reason they are empowered is the weakness of the masses, yet the masses are told they're the best. That citizens are the best people, that members of the party are the best citizens. Everyone is educated to be a hero. In these systems, heroism is the norm, as the cult of heroism is directly and strictly linked with the cult of death. In a non-fascistic system, followers are told death may be inevitable, but must be faced bravely, as opposed to a fascistic system where followers are trained to crave a heroic death. Since both permanent war and heroism are difficult games to play, the fascist transfers their will to sexual matters, which is the origin of machismo, and results in a disdain for women and intolerance of non-standard sexual habits, and since even sex is a difficult game to play, this leads the follower to a tendency to play with weapons, an obvious ersatz phallic exercise. Ersatz means substitute or pseudo, just so you know. Selective populism features the removal of the individual in favor of the monolithic common will, the will of the people. And since no large group of people can have a truly common will, the leader or leaders pretend to be the interpreter of this supposed will. The people become a theatrical fiction and are subverted with a qualitative populism rather than a quantitative one. The common tactic associated with this is the undermining of parliamentary systems as crooked or corrupt. Newspeak, invented by Eric Blair, better known by his pen name George Orwell, fascism utilizes impoverished vocabulary and elementary syntax. Anybody see that in chat right now? In order to limit the instruments necessary for their followers to achieve complex critical reasoning. Now, let's take a minute to digest some of that. I admit it was a bit of a list to go through, and that you may have started to see aspects of fascism throughout your society. or community, or even family. That's because fascism is ever present. It is a battle that's not easily won and will have to likely be fought against again in the future, as it arises out of basic human nature. And we must be aware of these facts, as they're relatively consistent both historically and contemporarily. Though, it is entirely possible, using the previous information, to launch into a dissection of governmental or corporate behaviors and policies. Let's press forward on the American New Evangelical Movement front instead. Dominionistic ideology has steadily been spread throughout much of the American religious right and the evangelical movement, and as a result, there are some rather wealthy right-wing sponsors of the cause. Though these people do not often speak in public in the inflammatory manner that Rushdoony chose, but rather in terms and phrases that are comforting to most Americans, but in a process that's best described as logicide, the killing of words, with these words and phrases no longer meaning what they meant in the past. The old definitions supplanted by the new, more insidious ones, easily accessed examples such as life, rather than having its traditional meaning, takes on the religious context of life in Christ, signaling belief. Wisdom takes on the character of commitment and obedience to the system. Liberty no longer having to do with true freedom, but the liberty found when one accepts Jesus and one is liberated from the sinful world. As this movement has gained traction and spread over the years, there have been ever increasingly alarming examples of followers having access to incredible seats of power. Antonin Scalia, the former Supreme Court Justice, was well schooled in this particular ideology. The mercenary overlord that is Eric Prince and his former Secretary of Education sister, both Dominionists. The authors of one of the most commonly used American history textbooks in Christian schools, Mark Beliles and Stephen McDowell, clearly espouse the rhetoric of the movement. In their book, America's Providential History, they state unequivocally that liberty is fealty to the Spirit of the Lord, and that the work of liberty is an ongoing process to free society from secular humanism, eradicated different moral codes and beliefs to introduce a single, unquestioned Christian orientation to the land. In other words, the most common Christian American history textbook teaches that liberty means tyranny. Then there's the Global Recordings Network, a so-called missionary group who strives to bring the name of Jesus to, quote, every tribe and tongue and nation, teaches that liberty is where the Spirit of the Lord is. And if there is not enough liberty in this land, then there is not enough Spirit of the Lord. By the way, that's a direct quote. Christian Embassy is a group that has managed to a significant degree, infiltrate the armed services by aligning themselves with dozens of generals. In fact, in 2004, they filmed a propaganda video featuring several high-ranking individuals from the U.S. Armed Services, including Major General Jack Cotton Jr., who was featured in the video stating that, quote, his being an advisor to the Joint Chiefs is a wonderful opportunity to evangelize to men and women setting defense policy. And that, quote, his first priority is his faith. This particular group is known to host weekly Bible sessions with senior officers and at one time counted some 40 generals amongst their ranks. They even hold weekly prayer breakfasts in the Pentagon Executive Dining Room. Christian Embassy is affiliated with CRU, C-R-U, which prior to the early 2010s actually was named Campus Crusade for Christ, a fellow fundamentalist organization influenced by Dominionism that focused on recruiting young people into their cause. But due to the optics of the growing awareness surrounding Islam and our interactions therein, they decided to rebrand in 2011. Along the same lines as Crew, Battle Cry Ministries is a self-described evangelical movement that uses elaborate concert and military imagery, including actual ranks of Navy SEALs commonly being in attendance at events to emphasize their message. There are not only small events, these are not small events either, as they've been known to draw 25,000 participants at a time, mostly impressionable young people. During these propaganda events, they use decidedly apocalyptic imagery and lyrics in multimedia displays in order to further their goals. Run by a man by the name of Ron Luce, who has gone on the record stating that he believes, quote, "This is war, and Jesus invites us to get into the action, telling us that the violent and the forceful ones will lay hold to the kingdom." Their events feature bands with obviously violence-inspiring lyrical content, such as Delirious, who has a song that they played for one gathered crowd that went as so: We're an army of God, and we're ready to die. Let's paint this big old town red. We see nothing but the blood of Jesus. We are warriors. Those lyrics were projected onto an enormous screen so that the 17,000 present could sing along. And sing along in unison they did. The now retired American General William Boykin, who counts himself amongst the ranks of these evangelicals, stated that heading up missions that sent troops in to fight a Somali warlord, quote, "I knew my God was bigger than his. I knew my God was a real God and his God was an idol." It's these sorts of apocalyptic visions and sanctified acts of violence that fuel the actions of religious genocide throughout the ages. It enabled the Puritans to slaughter Native Americans. It underpinned the European Crusades. It aided Nazis. It killed tens of thousands of Ukrainians and helped clandestine Argentine prisons. There are so many examples of the viral spread of the new Christian Reconstructionism and Dominionism infecting nearly every aspect of society at this point. From the pushback on LGBT rights, to the non-stop fight over Roe v. Wade, to the constant argument that American is a Christian nation, when in fact it was purposefully and painfully founded as a secular nation. There are, depending on whose count you go by, roughly 65 million evangelicals in this nation. And according to the Religious Landscape Study, they are, on average, less educated, primarily white, over half residing in southern states alone, and they overwhelmingly vote Republican. Knowing this, you can clearly begin to see for yourself that these religious groups, influenced by these abominable ideas, have become politically active and openly hostile to democratic pluralism and constantly champion authoritarian policies that would fit right in the Old Testament. Hey, No Wehrman, thank you for the follow. Shibboleth. Amidst all this, the people and groups that belong to this umbrella classification also, in direct contradiction to Jesus' teachings, sanctified the remorseless hyper-capitalism that is ever pervasive now. The prosperity gospel and new Calvinism has embraced and been embraced by the likes of corporate giants such as Tyson Foods, whose record on human rights, animal rights, and the general behavior as an organization are despicable. Tyson Foods employs nearly 130 chaplains, nearly all fundamentalist or evangelical, spread throughout their plants all over the country. Thank Techno. Technotids. The same goes for Purdue, Walmart, Sam's Club, and so many other corporate giants that employ these evangelical chaplains. This ideology has managed to seize control of the Republican Party. They have embraced rank capitalism, and now they seek to dominate the rest that remain. A group of followers that are shut away from any information that may challenge their indoctrination, entombed within systems of prejudice, hatred, and fear. Due to difficulty with obtaining truly accurate numbers, the best we can estimate is that there's somewhere between 1 and 2 million homeschooled children, nearly all evangelical in this nation, being spoon-fed ideas that will never challenge their worldview, never conflict with any of the biblical nonsense that they're being brainwashed with. No evolution, no science really at all, creationism and fear of anyone who doesn't think exactly like them. Schooled in the ways of seeing the rest of us as agents of Satan who are their sworn enemies. Look no further than Washington State Representative Matt Shea, who authored a manifesto entitled Biblical Basis for War, in which he sets forth 4 pages of the how and why modern Christian Americans should wage a holy war against their fellow citizens who rule without God. For all those who do not agree to the terms of surrender, these are his words. For all those who do not agree to the terms of surrender, stop all abortions, same-sex marriage, occultism, communism, and swear obedience to biblical law, the punishment is summary execution. This is Washington State Representative Matt Shea. It outlines the organizational structure the war and units should take, the biblical basis for some of the ideas, including assassinations and looting of goods from non-believers. This is where we are. We're fighting a war we didn't even know we were participating in because the majority of us were deemed an enemy of God's supposedly newly chosen people. The sad truth of the matter is a large percentage of those who are influenced by these philosophies don't even realize to what degree they've been affected, and in the cases of the truly mainstream, non-dominionist influenced faiths, and even more the progressive denominations, their silence and lack of action upon their religious brethren who have lost the plot entirely does far more harm than anyone else. It's going to have to be progressive Christians that tackle this issue more than anyone else, as the call is coming from inside the church, as it were. We started talking about Texas. Hey, Raphael. Explained how the Southern strategy worked and how the evangelical movement came to be aligned with the Republicans. And now I just walked you through how the evangelical and fundamentalist movements in America were hijacked by a viral strain of horrific ideological thinking. Texas. Women as broodmares for the state, not seen as people, turning on each other. This is, I mean, this is where we are. Thank you, Crix. I don't write as often as I should probably, but like I just don't. Oh, now I'm gonna have fucking red eyes because I'm rubbing at them. No, yes, it's explicitly stated they want a theocracy. That's the function of dominionism. Yes, that's exactly what they're after. They are explicitly after it. Yep, Matic. They do. They want that fucking Stasi KGB shit. Hey, Square. In five words or less, it's Crusaderism. Callie, not a lawsuit, but literally criminal action. Yes, he would be criminally liable. He would be an accomplice after the fact to, I believe, manslaughter. Yeah, your husband would be yeah, he would be an accomplice after the fact. If he was part of the planning, then he would be part of premeditation. Beast, it sickens me how much of this I grew up with and never knew the origins. I mean, it's kind of, you know, it's why I used to do the like pre-recorded podcast episodes for people. It takes a lot of work, dude. That stuff takes a lot of work. It takes weeks of preparation. Some of them I can bang out in quicker, like the cleansing of the temple. I think I did in an evening because I know the tales of the cleansing of the temple, so I could just write that. But things like sourcing primary documents for the like Southern Baptist Convention in 1946 or whatever the fuck it was, that takes work. This takes work. Yeah, and something like that, yeah, that took a couple weeks to do, for sure. So I don't really, I mean, streaming every day and then just life, I don't really do these anymore. Oh, I can pronounce Shibboleth, so you can live. Let's see. I'm just scrolling back. But those lyrics sounded better in German. Who was that? It's Beast. So wait, who do I need to worry about? Fucking TOS? Oh. Okay, I see it.
Are you ready?
Cool. Done and done. You know what? I'll give you that freebie. For two, so I'll give you that one for free. Let me pull my mod panel really quickly. Reward requests. Come on. Have it. Kawimato. This is okay. So we started on this hours ago, right? Like we started with me being sort of doomer pilled about the Texas stuff. I don't think there is. I don't think there's a route to win. The truth of the matter is that years and years of fighting. I'm not saying like civil war or anything like that. I'm just saying this is going to be, generations have been indoctrinated into this now. Like I said, there's between 1 and 2 million homeschooled kids at any given time in this country. And the estimate is that 90 to 95% of them are fundamentalist or evangelical children or families. Right? So we have literal generations of children, numbering in the millions now, that have been deeply, deeply indoctrinated. And they grow up in these, you know, homeschooled sort of situations. They go to places like Bob Jones University and Liberty University, where it gets solidified. And by the time they get out of that, they're 25, right? They're 22 to 25. And it's set. The neuroplasticity is set on this one. I don't see a win there. I don't see a way where you reach them. I don't. Yeah, like you need the seats of power. I think the only way, I mean, there's two options. Beast. But the Supreme, fuck. What about local, nope. Convincing no, we're fucked. I sincerely, you can go after the seats of power and you can cut them off at the pass. But the truth of the matter is, in that regard, they already occupy those seats. They have them. They've got the military. They've got the Supreme Court. They've got the legislature. I mean, think about it. Like, even there are no progressives. There's like a handful of fucking progressives in Congress. Most of them kowtow to the Bible anyway. Part of the let's use that fucking term again. Part of the shibboleth that so many Congress people have to pass when running for Congress is, how often do you go to church? What church do you go to and how often? And what's your favorite biblical passage, right? It's a part of the shibboleth of becoming a governmental agent in this country. They've captured the halls of power to a huge extent. There's no 8-week-old fucking surviving outside the womb. And Nathaniel, unless you have a womb, just shut the fuck up about it. Kalimata. How many people voted for Trump? Do you remember the number? So take that number, hold it in your head, and think about all of the centrist and right-leaning centrist Democrats. Add that to that number. $65, $75 million? Maybe 80? Maybe even higher. How many people are so politically disengaged? How many people are so alienated from the system that they can't get involved because their children will starve to death if they take time off from work? Hence why we started this entire night with a bit of a doomer pill. I mean, you can say it, Kalimata, but I don't see a whole lot of hope there. I really don't. And tell the government to fuck off for a change. So let's work that through. All right. I'm an anarchist. I have known plenty of people who actually have told the government to fuck off. Right and proper. So, Warhead 400 420, man. What's that look like? I'll paint you a picture. It looks like you being truncheoned in the kidneys in the middle of the street while canines are sicked on you, and your friend next to you loses an eye to a so-called rubber bullet. I've been there. I knew anarchists in Portland that ended up arrested because of books they had. Anarchistic literature. Right? We need numbers. We need a general strike. We need 120 million Americans to say, nah, we're good. No. We refuse to participate. When's the last time you saw that happen? You have to be willing to put it all on the line. Most people aren't. The work is long and hard. And for those of you who have never read my tent poles essay, exclamation tent poles in chat, it's not that long. Read it. The poverty of philosophy aspect of this nation goes a long ways. The truth of the matter is that those that need to rise up don't know how to. They don't know. The tools, the philosophical, analytical tools of intelligentsia that would otherwise occupy your tool belt were denied you. You were given substitute play school tools, right? You should have a Makita fucking screw, like drill in your tool belt. Instead, you've got some fucking play school fucking plastic shit. You were denied those tools and given substitutes. We have to teach people those basics. We have to teach them how to recognize micro-authoritarianism before they can deal with macro-authoritarianism. And we have to teach them how to conduct micro-revolutions before they can conduct a macro-revolution. This is why I constantly tell my community, 50% of what an anarchist does is education. 50 fucking percent of what an anarchist does is education. People have been denied the tools. It is rigged. That's the point. Oh, you're adorable, Remote. Here's the thing. We need real people in elected positions and not the elites acting puppets. I can buy you in a heartbeat, Remote. I know you've got, like, in your head, high and mighty, you've got your values, your morals, your ethical framework, right? I can buy you. Anybody's for sale. I just got to hit the right number. $1 billion? $2 billion? The life of your loved ones? What's it cost? The system is willing to put those things in order. You take the silver or you take the bullet. It's that you take the silver or you take the lead. Yeah. It's the truth. It's always been the truth. And if you think you could escape that, you're a fool. Very few do. So what you need to do is become an anarchist. You need to work with your affinity group. Hey, a plato plomo. It's true. You need to work with your affinity group. This is why down ticket voting actually matters and up ticket voting doesn't. your presidential choice in the grand scheme of things isn't going to change the tonality of the system. But getting a chief of police, getting a mayor, getting a city council, getting judges, getting a superintendent of schools that are amicable towards progressive positions, amicable towards affinity group, mutual aid affinity groups, amicable towards socializing costs for the community into positions of power are going to be the number one insulating factor in your world. And there you can start to build hierarchies. There you can start to build horizontally organized modalities of operation that create dual power structures that allow you to separate yourself from that power structure that is the state, that is oppressive, that is coercive, that is hierarchical. It starts in the ground, not the top. The hierarchy is the problem to start with. You need to supplant it. It does all start with police reform too, by the way. It does. I mean, fuck, since we're just doing the fucking somebody put it. Let me just scroll up until I fucking find it. There it is. Let me just say at the outset of this piece that it is by no means designed to be a comprehensive list of the methods and techniques that Americans and many other nationalities are subjected to, but these are what I consider to be the tentpole methods of oppression within the neoliberal hyper-capitalist society that is modern-day America. These techniques are designed to hold people back from their ability to protest, reform, and overthrow any system of governance and control that they find unwanted and or immoral and wish to do away with. These are what I see as what is fundamentally holding us back as a people, besides the toxic levels of individualism, but that's for another episode. So what are my 3 tentpoles of oppression? First, a poverty of philosophy. Now, right away, for those of you who are listening that may have an understanding of leftist politics, this isn't a Marxian reference, but we'll get further into that in a second. Second, keeping everyone on the financial hamster wheel. Third, maintaining a fear of the police state. Back to the whole Marx thing. Essentially, I'm using a turn of phrase that was also the title of a book published by Karl Marx in 1847, but there isn't any overlap. Karl Marx's book was a refutation of Proudhon's The Poverty of Philosophy, and is centered on, the philosophy of poverty, and is centered on a critique of the economic and political theories that Proudhon had set forth within it. Poverty of philosophy. Well then, how am I using it, you're likely asking? I'm using it to describe a method and condition that a social system enacts and utilizes in order to prevent an individual, and by extension a group, from gaining the information and experience necessary to understand their state or condition as a people, and to prevent them from gaining the ability to change it through the denial of that critical information. Let's break all that down just a bit, seeing as there's 2 major parts to it and admittedly a mouthful. A method and condition that a social system enacts and utilizes in order to prevent an individual/group from gaining the information and experience necessary to understand their state or condition. This starts before you can even reason for yourself. These sorts of processes are embedded into language, culture, schooling, and form a general propaganda. There are a multitude of words, phrases, and ultimately ideas that authoritarian society always find dangerous, and it does its very best to prevent their dissemination. Most commonly, it's ideas that concern free thinking combined with solidarity, empowerment, and alternative modes of organizing society. Governments and states the world over throughout so many years have feared the idea of an empowered people that have the right to free association. They feared it to the degree of constant demonization and even up to military engagement. It's ideas like anarchism and social equality that chip away at the very foundation of the temple of propaganda that states find it necessary to construct. This is also one of the reasons why you find both tacit and explicit support for divisionary tactics within centers of power in societies. Racism, religious sectarianism, battles between the sexes and sexualities, not even to mention embattled nationalities, and so much more, all the way down to hating each other over sports teams. All of these serve to distract, divide, and expend crucial willpower. It's far from over, though. Much like I mentioned before about the demonization of anarchism, there's another prong that goes along with the eschewing of dangerous ideas: the process of miseducation and lack of education in key philosophical and political arenas. Propagandized education exists, sadly, and very much affects so many people. I've spoken to quite a few people over the years, and even those that had a poli-sci class or two were rarely taught theory or praxis concerning what I'll refer to as the proper left of the political spectrum. Oh, so many were never informed that the problems with Soviet Russia weren't necessarily the economic ones, but the authoritarian ones. That it wasn't communism that was the failure point, but that it was authoritarianism that killed all those people, misspent the national treasury, and bankrupted their nation. The same style authoritarianism you can find right here in the United States, by the way. And they damn sure weren't informed as to political theories that attempt to alleviate those conditions both here and abroad. They were denied knowledge of places like Kolspaya that gave a solid test run for anarchism to the tune of 375 years. The ideas that you can delegate and federate these sorts of systems to provide for scaling to larger countries likely wasn't covered either. You can see where this is headed. Essentially, what a poverty philosophy is about is that there are solutions that could be tried. There are alternatives that could be explored, but you were either denied knowing about them completely or lied to about them. So that's the rub to the second half of my initial statement right there. And to prevent them from gaining the ability to change it through the denial of critical information. If you don't know about any of this, if you aren't made aware that there are tools you could be using to lift yourself and your fellow people up out of the dystopian nightmare you find yourself, then at best, you have to start from scratch. And at worst, you just wind up thinking that it's either impossible or resign yourself to it, or at the very worst, accepting it as okay in the natural order and becoming a willing participant to it. There are skills and information that community organizers, activists, and politically minded people employ on a regular basis that is just beyond the periphery of most mainstream consciousness. And those tools in the hands of every person would mean that grassroots, communally minded organizations could and would spring up everywhere if it weren't only for the next item. The financial hamster wheel. This one is far simpler to explain, to be honest, because almost everyone is aware of this. From early on in your life, you're subjected to this, and depending on how into the system your parents or parent were, then you may have been exposed to it quite early. I'll also take this moment to express my sympathy for anyone who was raised within the foster care system. They got an adult-sized dose of this shit very early on. The financial hamster wheel fits into a nice little mesh with the poverty of philosophy. Essentially, the financial requirements that it takes to just live in our bullshit society are so burdensome that it keeps you from having any true time off. In order to maintain your healthcare expenses, your housing expenses, your food expenses, and all of the other minutiae of day-to-day living in especially this country, then most people have very little free time, and the free time they get, more often than not, they rightfully just want to spend decompressing and escaping to a large extent. That's quite understandable, don't get me wrong. The truth of the matter is that people don't have tons of time. And by tons, I mean not a couple of hours, but days and weeks to the tune of years to dedicate to a worthy cause. They can't spend the next 365 days work days camped out in front of a governor's mansion in order to help protest the conditions of our nation. If they do, well, they might as well hold on to that tent because they're very likely going to be homeless. With proper social safety nets in place, guaranteed housing of sorts, basic living expenses, and universal health care, our people would then be free to begin to rise up against our corporate and governmental masters, and they know this. That's one of the reasons why these protections are continually withheld or walled off in the ways that they are. Hey, Skeptic. Letting people off the hamster wheel would give them the time to realize how badly they're getting fucked and learn what to do about it and then take action. That's the last thing the ruling class wants. Seriously, are we having the gun thing? Official channel position is guns for everybody but cops. That's the official channel position. Literally everybody gets guns except cops. They have proven themselves incapable. They have proven themselves poorly trained. They have proven themselves to have horrible trigger discipline. They have proven themselves they are untrustworthy with firearms as a systemic whole. And this is, if I need to go through my fucking credentials as a firearms instructor from fucking age 15, yes, I was teaching firearm safety classes at age 15. And yeah, if I need to go through my fucking credentials, trust me, they are the worst trained. They are the worst operators. Everybody gets guns but cops. The third tent pole. Fear of the police. Again, Nathaniel, the police have always been what the police are. It's not broken. It's just that way. That's that system. You need to literally get rid of it and start over. No, Nathaniel. No. I have done those training classes. I have taught that side of this. I have talked to Dave Grossman. I have done classes with Ignatius Piazza. I have done this stuff. This is a world that I grew up in. My stepfather was literally friends with the regional bureau director of the ATF, right? I have toured lockup facilities with the ATF. I have done this. It isn't a matter of they're not trained well enough. It is the fact that the origins of and problems with modern policing date to the very inception of policing, and there is an unbroken chain of philosophies and behaviors from those inceptions to now. You need to literally throw the system out and start from scratch, because the system is fundamentally based on breaking the power of labor and controlling minorities. That is what the police are designed to do. That is what that element of that system is designed to do, is maintain the status quo for those in charge. They are the gatekeepers to change in a society. That's what they are. And on that note, the third tent pole of oppression, fear of the police state. Within the first two tent poles of oppression covered, let's take a moment and set up a hypothetical. Let's just imagine for a moment that a magical fairy was discovered and fixed those first two problems for us. Poverty of philosophy and financial hamster wheel. Just poof, gone. We're a well-educated populace with an understanding of civics, our rights, and how to organize and operate grassroots political activist organizations. That same fairy also made it possible for all of us to take years off work without any consequences to access to our healthcare, housing, or food. Cool. All right? Here's the hypothetical. So now, on to bigger and better things, right? We can start solving all these other problems that have been stacking up. The environment, the military-industrial complex, the racist prison system, and by extension, the broken legal system, the financial inequality and inequity that's rampant throughout so many of the world's societies. Hell, world hunger and homelessness, right? There's so many issues we could start tackling now that those problems, no. You see, that's the thing. The fairy didn't change the system dynamics. It didn't do anything about the ruling class, just magically made it that so tent poles 1 and 2 were gone. See, the thing is, the third tent pole stems the tide of change in this world. The police state, from the federal on down to your local cop in bumfuck nowhere, all serve the same purpose. They maintain the status quo. They are there to ensure that the system, as it stands, is enforced and inflicted upon the masses. They are also the very first people who show up when you protest. Trust me on that one. Been there. You see, it will be the local police and the county sheriffs who arrive at your large gathering of people, and when various city, state, federal, and corporate officials have decided that they've had enough of your little event, they will be the ones who follow orders to break it up, using their state-mandated monopoly on violence. If you as a group dare resist things, things will escalate. Now, most commonly these days, the first line of defense for them is if the protesters are a number that they feel they can strong arm, they'll use tactics like spraying everyone in the face with pepper spray. An act, by the way, that would be used in a theater of war would be considered a war crime, but used on your own populace, it's perfectly kosher. Now, if their pathetic little egos are frightened of your group, what they'll generally do is employ mass movement techniques called kettling, in which they slowly push protesters into areas that use pre-existing barriers such as walls, buildings to prevent escape, then cut off your exit routes and begin mass arrests. See the 2016 Washington, D.C. inauguration protests for a recent example of this technique in action. Now, later, of course, these arrests were thrown out en masse by the courts, but that's not the point, is it? They managed to disrupt the protests. Job done. But it's far more insidious and revolting than just the immediate. Let's say you have an organization that's actively involved in the community, involved in providing for and protecting them from the abuses of the system at large. Ever wonder how that one might play out? Well, we only need to look at two classic examples: Martin Luther King Jr. and the Black Panthers. MLK was stalked, harassed, and threatened by not only racists and local cops, but by the FBI itself, who sent him a letter attempting to blackmail him and encouraging him to commit suicide. The largest national state policing agency mobilized against him, and not because, as some would dare state, that they perceived him to have communist ties, another obvious scapegoat used throughout the 20th century, but because he threatened the status quo. He was organizing a populist uprising that was gaining momentum, not just within the black community, but seeing white people voice support for systemic change as well. He represented that change, so they targeted him using one of the most powerful tools in their tool belt, the FBI. The Black Panthers, originally called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, by the way, were a response to the widespread and systemic racism and abuse coming from the California police departments and, by extension, the government they represent, and in a large part to better provide for their community's needs. From their inception, they practiced open carry of firearms, as is their constitutional right, within their neighborhoods, engaging in what was referred to as cop watching, or in other words, ensuring that if the police engaged in unwarranted violence towards the people of those communities, they had the means to stop them if necessary. They also instituted a number of beneficial programs, such as free breakfast for children to address food injustice and community health clinics to help the underserved. You see, they used those guns because, well, the police were and still are completely out of control. They were handing out beatings left and right, not to mention the numerous street-side executions at their hands. And, well, the Black Panthers began putting a stop to it, by force. Multiple shootouts occurred, resulting in the deaths of police officers. Next stop, the FBI's COINTELPRO, aka the Counterintelligence Program, a program that has been known to have engaged in perjury, coordinated harassment, and other criminal activities up to and including potential assassinations, in which they literally put spies into positions of within the Black Party to disrupt them, while simultaneously the state of California mobilized all of its systems in order to further reduce the effectiveness of their actions. Ever wonder how California became the state with such tight gun legislation? Well, it all kind of started with the Mulford Act, an act to directly undermine the ability of the Black Panthers to open carry their firearms. It was a law that forbade open carry, except, of course, for those who could get a sheriff to sign off on it, and was targeted directly at the Black Panthers cop watching program. Keep in mind, this is a bill that was openly supported by the NRA as well, if there wasn't any doubt that that was already a racist organization with their handling of the incidents surrounding the police shootings of Philando Castile and Kenneth Walker. Luckily, charges had been dropped against Kenneth Walker. That would be Breonna Taylor's partner. The FBI was also used in the case of anti-war protesters, or in this specific instance, the Vietnam War. The entirety of the federal legal system was put into action in order to criminalize cannabis, as it was a popular drug amongst the anti-war protesters. And per Nixon's own counsel, John Ehrlichman, he could be used to criminalize and target the anti-war movement's participants. They also used the same tactic against black communities as well, but with cocaine. The legislative and judicial and executive branches all came together to target those that threaten the status quo. And in the instance of Kent and Jackson State, they shot the fuck out of them as well. And the poor indigenous protesters over the years have been subjected to some terribly brutal conditions as well. But honestly, they probably deserve their own essay. Be it black, indigenous, anti-war, environmental, anti-capitalist, anarchist, leftist, or any other protester movement that dares to challenge and threaten the status quo of the system, the entirety of that system will rise up and rain hell down upon their collective heads. Combine ignorance plus occupied plus fear equals nothing changes. Combine all three of those factors, and what you get is what we have now, a nightmarish hellscape of systemic abuses, a rotting cultural landscape, and a downtrodden people. Without change, the only natural constant, stagnation, occurs. And with stagnation comes rot. We are rotting as a country and a people. You see, the only methods that you're left with after you enact those techniques I've listed are appeals to authority techniques, which when the authority has your best interests in mind could work, I suppose. But in a system that is literally designed to take advantage of you and cause harm, there is no legitimate recourse. There are no honorable politicians because even when one finally comes along, the system itself will lean on them and prevent them from enacting true radical change through a multitude of means. So where do we start? What can we do? How do we progress? Two simple words. Police reform. We need to reclaim our ability to protest and even riot if necessary. We need to not fear retaliation by jackbooted thugs that occupy our streets. We need to remove their legal claim to qualified immunity so that when they do cross the line, we can hold them accountable in a court and toss their ass in jail where they rightfully belong. Once we, the people, can reclaim our streets and our right to demonstration, then maybe we can start making headway elsewhere. We can force change concerning other legislation and judicial rulings that need rolling back, such as Citizens United and Taft-Hartley. Then we can begin to reclaim this country for the people of the nation rather than the political and capital classes. And when you're ready, I'll see you in the streets. Until then, you can always catch me online. That is the 10 polls essay. Not to fucking tout my own, I try to not put my ego into stuff as much as possible. That essay has been used in schools. There are academics that have used that essay. It is, I'm intensely proud of that essay. It is a very good piece of analysis as to how the control mechanism of our society operates. That's it. It's poverty of philosophy, financial hamster wheel, and a fear of a police state. And the place where you start is the police reform. That's where you start. Everything else is conditional. The police are the ones who maintain the status quo for the ruling. Capital class, political class, oligarchical class, take your pick. I'm just scrolling back and then looking at chat. Hey, Gemma. Hope your stream went well, Gemma. It's been an interesting evening. I've done a lot of reading, actually. I read 2 of my previous like recorded podcast episodes. We did Southern strategy and how the religious right, the fundamentalists and the evangelicals came to be merged with the Republicans in this country. And then I explained how dominionists have basically hijacked evangelicalism and evangelicalism and fundamentalism. And I taught people the 3 tent poles of oppression as well. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, I read some of my writings tonight, Gemma. I don't write as often as I probably should, but honestly, it takes a lot of work to write what I write. Not to denigrate anybody else's writing style, but I mean, you know, you gotta fucking source primary sources for shit, and it's a different exercise. Wolfie823 is your newest mod. Wolfie, welcome. Hope you're well, Wolfie. Neoliberalism is quite effective, but it gets any action in itself because it'll wrap the critique in a neat package and sell for profit. Yeah, no, Viva, that's true. That is true. Neoliberalism will fucking co-opt your shit in a heartbeat. Yeah, that's why I stick to fiction. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say fiction is easier, just because it's a different muscle. It's a different muscle, but it does require like less legwork sometimes. Sometimes you got to do a lot of research for fiction, actually. Oh, have you had that thing when you're brainstorming, you're gonna write, but you forget what you're gonna write? Versa, yeah, I mean, for sure. And I mean, I tell people I have the soul of a writer, but none of the work ethic. Oh, geez, Gemma. I mean, you of all people don't need to do that, but thank you kindly. I understand the plight of a writer. There's nothing scarier than a blank page. There's nothing scarier in this world than just a blank page. It's terrifying. I feel you. Yes, well, I mean, they instituted sub-goals, and it's so fucking stupid and capitalistic and memey. We were like, fuck it, let's set the sub-goal as 42069. Because we decided with 42,069 monthly subs, we could do some stuff. Like, we could change entire communities. So why not? It's a valiant goal. It'll never be reached, but who cares? Very few writers had a good work ethic. Fair enough. Pomodoro technique works well for you. What is scarier is a lost piece to fire. Fair enough. Yeah, if you hit those subs, you also get the sellout contract. Oh. First draft being burned in an apartment fire. Yeah, I haven't had that happen. Versa. Dude, I do, you know, I mean, if you were here for that, like, I do intensely political and poli-sci and that sort of stuff. Like, yeah, I have to make sure, like, my historical accounts are accurate and all of that sort of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nightmare. You fucking fact check yourself and you're like, oh shit, the crux of my argument is actually nuanced, or overly underly nuanced or wholly incorrect. You're just like, oh, I wish, Amorous. That was my book about transition from Christian to freedom of God position. Interesting. Yeah, I'm an essayist. I've never written a book. I would never even attempt to write a book. Like, if I were to write a book, it would just be a compilation of essays, because I'm an essayist at heart. Like, I don't like long form. It just doesn't work for me. So, just the fact that you even attempted a book, mad props. Oh yeah, Gemma explaining the Pomodoro technique. It's an on and off cycle. What was it? 25 minutes on, 5 minutes rest. Yeah. No, I don't debate people. I will have conversations with people, and I will engage in a dialectical exercise utilizing rhetorical a device. But I find that people don't know what the word debate means, and as somebody who is formally trained in debate, who did speech and debate, mock trial, fucking teen court, constitutional issues, and contemporary issues, all of which are various debate schools of debate and techniques and avenues of competitive rhetoric. I find that online debate bro circles don't understand the concept of debate, so I refrain from even using the word. And no, I don't go on panels. I do speak to people who go on panels and debate bro shit sometimes, but I myself refrain. I find it's counterproductive, and I don't think it does anything. I don't think any minds are usually changed by debate bro. Yeah. But I do have conversations with people on Discord. Versa. I keep one of Bakunin's dunks right over here because I read it from time to time for people. I think debates are to measure people's big egos and small dicks. Fair enough. Oh yeah, somebody. I did a Marxist critique of Ayn Rand and found out after rereading how shit it was, but it sounded smart, so nobody questioned it, thank God. Versa, speak with confidence. Speak with confidence. It's not the content, it's how you say it, right? You're a liar, you debate in a conversational way. I will get combative. But that's not debate. Me schooling somebody on a fucking topic is not debate. And I refuse to give ground on this word. Debate is a formalized structure, and there are multiple types of debate. And what you engage in on like prime Ks or some shit like that, that's not debate. That's not debate. I refuse to call it debate. This shit that fucking tankies do, like over on like Haz's infrared streams and shit, again, not debate. That's just arguing online. Which is fine. If you want to call it arguing online, call it arguing online. But I will not concede this ground. I'm prescriptive in my term usage of the word debate. Yes, I refuse to be a descriptivist when it comes to my utilization of the term debate. If you want to be descriptivist, by all means, you can be descriptivist. But I myself, I declaratively am prescriptivist when it comes to the terminology of debate. Yes. Amorous, 90% of rhetoric is how it sounded, 10% is the content, and those are completely random. Yep. Oh, I mean, this isn't even that long, Victorious. I once upon a time, not for long, maybe a year and a half, 2 years, maybe 2 years. I had hair down to here. Like, it was past my shoulder blades. So, debate broing over debate bros. Right, Yogi? Oh, I don't even know where I'd find that picture. Honestly, like, I took a picture right before I cut it. Yeah. Hockey here at the moment. Nice, Duffy. I dated the debate queen in high school. A 4-year relationship led us debating each other in AP government about the legalization of mushrooms. I respect it. Wait. Square. What was the propositional statement in who was for and against? I'm guessing she was like mushrooms should be legalized. Blah, blah. What was the propositional statement? And then tell me who was for and against. I did. Yeah. The barber I went to, I literally had to like lean into to get him to cut my fucking hair. He kept asking, like, are you sure? Like, have you taken pictures? Is there anybody that you need to ask about this? Should you tell anybody first? Do you want to, I'm like, dude, just cut my fucking hair. Like, this is a straight commercial transaction. Like, I was pretty sure I knew what the fuck this place was when I walked into it. It's a goddamn barbershop. Cut my hair already, man. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it took way more convincing to convince the barber to cut my fucking long hair off than it ever should have. It's fucking stupid. My proposition was it should be made legal for PTSD, and she was against legalizing because of unknown flashback mental trauma reasons. Well, I mean, science doesn't support her position, especially now, so you won, especially in retrospect. Later, Amorous. Callie, I'm not fucking searching. Like, I don't even know. That's going to be somewhere in one of my actual photo archives. Like, that's going to be, like, somewhere. I'd have to fucking, dude, that may even be on, like, an SD card or something like that. Like, that's not on the fucking cloud or any of that shit. That's a find the photo kind of deal. So do we have we shed all the chuds? Like, do we have any fucking, like, weirdo, flat earther, racial segregationist, fucking transphobe? Like, is there anybody here I need to worry about? Is my question. I've had to talk a nice lady into cutting my long hair. Jesus Christ, I have had to talk a nice lady into cutting my long hair. It was cute. Then like, do it before I change my mind because you're annoying me. Okay. Oh, this motherfucker.
They have the same middle name, or
this motherfucker right here. I'm guessing. You know what? Fuck him. Fuck him. I'm gonna make him. Okay. I think public is getting ready to log off, but I'm gonna beat them to it, and I'm gonna fucking raid into public. Dude, it's been a long stream. I need to shut the fuck up and rest my voice, and I mean, my neuropathy's bad anyway. I'm completely flared, so I will catch y'all later. Tomorrow is 5:30 p.m. and it's Bad Movie Friday tomorrow. So we'll be watching bad movies on the Discord server. So I'll catch y'all later. You're welcome. Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Square. Catch y'all later. Hope you're able to get back.